Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for putting in wows in at wow time. Sorry, my voice has got a problem. Good to see you and thank you for coming in today. We are in Budapest and we're off to Luxembourg. Hop in your airplane, it's flying time.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey there, welcome on into the 757 Spy Flight and thank you for coming in today. Really good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I did wake up with some voice issues, so we're going to try and soldier through all of this here. But I hope you're doing well, and thank you for coming in. Smokey Dave did a resub as we were getting the live stream going. Has been here almost 2 years. Thanks, Smokey Dave. And Torby just resubbed for 7 months. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time too. Sunjammer stumped us all with movie trivia as we were watching the departure boards and getting ready for the flight. Good job on that one. Had totally just went right over my head. Martel's here. Hi, Martel. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. And yeah, it's the stutter curse as well. The stutter curse for sure. It's with the A300. They got to do a little bit of work on it. Hopefully they will. But thank you for coming on by today. We are in Budapest, and this is a VATSIM event. We also have a VATSIM event in Canada today, and a VATSIM event in Houston today. Oh, yippee, Houston, the land of the double-lettered taxiways. Man, that really won. That one really does test your short-term memory. It just does. Fistful of dynamite. Okay, I get it now, Sunjammer. November 321 had a problem on the airplane. Your alternator failed. Okay, well, as long as you were super calm and you looked calm and cool too. But because looks are just as important as solving the problem. Mr. Jazz, welcome aboard. We got Jazz going here for sure. Loviz reinstalled the A306, and it's not bad. It's so much better. So he took the 777. Yeah, I wanted to do this one. I do like to mix up the airplanes a little bit. So we've got the CRJ and the 777. So we'll get this one through this flight and see what happens. But let's get going. This one is a little bit of a longer flight today. So it's a little longer. So I've already got a few things turned on here in the airplane. So let's go ahead and get some things going on this. Pratt PT said a whole bunch of things. So we got to do a spy hat, a hydrate, and a stretch, and everything like that. So we'll get all those taken care of right now and then jump into the airplane and get going. Avian joined us over on YouTube today. Oh, hang on. Hi, Avian. Thank you for joining on YouTube. Doing an Emirates flight. And I hope that was a fun one for sure. And be sure to do the align. Otherwise, you're going to be embarrassed for sure. Ground is 121.9. So 121.910. Let's go ahead and get that in. And that way we can get on VATSIM and we can get the clearance here. 121.91. I don't think we have to push any of the buttons there. So that looks good. We are over here in Budapest. This is a cargo area here. So we're over at a cargo. I think I hear Russ doing a clearance right now. Thanks for flying today, Russ. Welcome on in. Okay, I am at gate Charlie 2. Charlie 2 is our gate. It is. It just got updated, by the way. It's information Foxtrot, so that's good. Etops is here. Hi, Etops. You just departed from the Budapest event too? Where are you going? Etops?
Gillette to Bravo departure, initial climb 7,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
So I'm coming over here and I'm going to try and get the clearance first just because we're trying to hit 3 VATSIM events today. Let's see if it works. Ryanair 7 Golf. ETOPS is going to Warsaw today. ETOPS is also a controller. Well, good. I thought things were a little out of control today, so thank you. All right. Budapest ground, hello there from Postman 441 and A300 at Charlie 2. Information Foxtrot is aboard, requesting clearance to Luxembourg.
Postman 441, good evening. This is Budapest ground. You are clear to Luxembourg as filed. Runway in use 13 left. Gillette to Bravo departure. Initial climb 7,000 feet. Squawk 1,000.
Postman 441 is cleared to Luxembourg off runway 13 left. The Gillette to Bravo departure then is filed. Our initial climb is 7,000 feet. Squawk 1,000.
Postman 441, readback is correct.
Hey, the readback is correct. I might not get anything else right today, but the readback was correct. And so I feel like, you know, accomplishment, right? ETOPS, I hope you have a fun trip too. You said that you were a controller. Do you enjoy controlling or flying or more? Or do you like them both about the same? Okay, that looks good. Let's go to, we need to go to weight and balance. And we're going to go and update from SimBrief and apply the load to the airplane. That looks good. Our airplane is now loaded. Fueling is going on. And now we can go and view Mr. Flight Plan and put a little bit of info in. So that looks good there. Let's get this. ETOPS likes to do both. Hey, Wolfie is in chat. Welcome back in. Wolfie, how is it? You've been home for a while. Is it great to be home? And did you find your sim cockpit just the way you like it? Hi, T-Bird. Thanks for putting the silly little guy smile in there. Welcome aboard, and thank you for being here. Foxtrot's back. Hi, Foxtrot. You're getting lessons on the Airbus McDo. You know what? Once you get the lessons, a lot of the McDo's are really pretty cool. 124.99. So 124.99 is our zero fuel weight. Dad Game Time, welcome aboard. Produced by 2 members, Control Janet Jackson's first album. I might have missed something that you were saying that. I might have missed that, Dead Game Time. But did you put something in that I missed? Morris, I am DHL, and DHL uses the call sign of Postman. Actually, like some of the other airlines, especially in Europe, there's like, you know, they all look like they're DHL, but they're like 3 different airlines and they have 3 different call signs. I think, you know, that's like EasyJet is like 3 or 4 different call signs and stuff and different areas. So I kind of get a little bit lost in all of that. 30.67. 30.67 is our center of gravity. That looks really good. We did get a squawk 1000. So 1000 is going to be our squawk today. That looks good. Let's also go in here, go to 12 miles, and we're going to start by looking above. Yeah, they've got all sorts of different names, don't they? ETOPS. Okay, this is all looking really good. Let's come on over here. And altimeter 1017. 1017. That looks good. Hi, Manaphy. Manaphy's going to do some flying today. Happy landings to you. Manaphy's been doing controlling in the Jacksonville area lately, and that's been kind of new. Why does BA call itself Speedbird? Well, you know, some of them all have different flights, you know. They have different names, and, you know, that was probably a radio call sign that they developed a long time ago. So, I mean, there are all sorts of different reasons for those sorts of things. Okay, all of this looks really good. We're just waiting for fuel. I'm going to finish up the fueling right now. No need to wait. Yeah, that's it. Wesley got them all right. 3 cheers, Wesley. EasyJet, Alpine, and Tops West. I honestly don't remember them all. 17.8 is block fuel. That looks really good. Let's come on over here and do fuel numbers. Paramedic John is back in chat. Hi, Paramedic John. Let's see. Oh, did they start getting that name? Paramedic John, did they start going by that name with the Concorde? I thought they had that name before Concorde. But I am no good. Hi, Cookie. Definitely remember you. Welcome on in. Okay, taxi fuel is 0.748. 0.748. And over here, we're looking at contingency, 1.38. 1.38 is our contingency. Alternate is 2.89. And that looks good. Final should be around 2.2, and it's 2.3. I think it's locked in at 2.2. Let's see. Will that go to 2.3? Yeah, it's locked in at 2.2. So let's see. Wesley, honestly, EasyJet's a fantastic airliner, even though it's an LCC. The music is fire today. Thank you. It's a new one. I'm doing stuff from Epidemic Sound. And doing Epidemic Sound music now. Nav accuracy is upgraded. Let's do the first part of the flight plan. Runway 13 left. 13 left. It's going to be the Gilpy to Bravo departure. So Gil to Bravo. That's got to be it right there. And insert. Hi, Jesus Saves. Welcome aboard. Paramedic John says that BA got the call sign of Speedbird way back in 1939. Or for what we these days call a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Paramedic John. Okay, let's go ahead and just put in a basic arrival. We'll probably get it changed. ELLX, expecting runway 24. And I think we only want, I forget which one, but there's a specific one that you want on this one. We want the... Okay, this is crazy. Oh, that's because it's not over on the pin board. ILS Yankee. It's the Yankee. ILS Yankee runway 24. This is going to be the BTEX 4 Kilo departure. And we're coming in via... I forget. I think we're coming in from up north. We're coming in from, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to dick around with this one. DIK. Sorry, I know I need to grow up, but I never will. Need to grow up, I never will. Fidelicor, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. And all of this looks good. Let's go back over here to takeoff and approach. Up here, we can turn on pitch trim, yaw dampers, and auto thrust. Let's also flip the power switch here and flip on an APU. Hey, Dad, game time. Great White North. It's a beautiful way to fly. Foxtrot, Mom gave her credit card. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is. It's a different departure. Say that name 3 times fast. Diddy 1. I think I'd get into trouble. I think I would say the wrong thing. I would say the wrong thing for sure. Okay, there we all are. That looks really good. I think the airplane's loaded. So charts are good. Ground gear. Let's close the big door. There goes the big door. APU should be popping up here as well. Need to find a McDonnell Douglas hat for the flight in the MD series. Well, we've also got the other old hats, so that's pretty cool too. Let's go ahead and close doors and remove stairs. I'm trying to get us out of here a little bit on the quick side because it's a little bit of a longer flight. Let's do takeoff pages. Expecting runway 13 left. Sync the weather. Calculate our speeds. Flex is going to be 58 degrees. So auto, flex, and 58 degrees. And that looks good. Looks like it's going to be 162, 168, 162, 168. And then the other one, the V2, goes up in the autopilot, 171. 171. We did get an initial climb clearance, and I believe that was 7,000 feet. It was. Always good to take a look at that number, though. 7,000 feet. That looks really good. Trim's going to be down 0.1. We'll set that later. And then we also need to go and get our arrival airport. Elevation at Luxembourg is 1,234. 1,234. Seriously, how do you get a 1,234 like that without paying somebody a lot of money? So we got to go over here. 1,234. It's going to be closer to 1,250. So that's going to be good. And that looks great. Jesus saves. It's about 2 hours and 5 minutes gate to gate. 2 hours and 5 minutes gate to gate. Okay, all of this looks good. APU is up and running. The APU generator light is out. We can disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. And that sounds good. Oh, I was going to say, I don't have any airplane sounds. What's going on here? Didn't have airplane sounds. Ground gear, is everything clear? Ground power is disconnected. We're on the APU, so disconnect the GPU. Look down there. Our parking brakes are on. Let's also disconnect the chocks. Arm all of the doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. And I'm just going to run through because I forget this airplane, I'm afraid. Cockpit prep, fuel quantity, takeoff data, landing elevation, altimeters, brakes, anti-skid. That all looks good. Let's do beacon, cabin signs. Everything looks good to go over there. We're going to need a pushback truck here. And that's pushback helper, which will probably mess things up a little bit. Manaphy is flying this, the SSJ 1000 today. Foxtrot, I haven't been keeping up. I'm sorry. You were talking about a credit card, which naturally scares the socks off of me. Okay, that looks good. Ground, let's do a quick check. Make sure they didn't update ATIS. Information Gulf is now current. Information Gulf is now current. Okay. Charlie 2.
Romeo Kilo Budapest ground. Good evening. Taxi to that 225.
And I think we were supposed to call for push and start here. Loviz is stuck holding short of 1-3 because of landing traffic.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
Jesus
noted.
Saves just gifted a sub to the community. Hey, Jesus Saves. Thank you for coming in today, and thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for a little extra support today. But always, thanks for coming in and flying with us. I saw storms south of your area, so doesn't look all that bad. Budapest, hello again from Postman 441. Information Gulf is now aboard. We're at Gate Charlie 2, requesting startup and pushback. Hi, SimPilot UK.
Postman 441. Postman 441, startup and pushback approved, facing exit point Charlie.
Facing exit point Charlie for Postman 441. Thanks. Parking brake is off. Let's go. Wabi is here. Welcome aboard, Dad. Game Time. Great books on a pilot workshop, IFR comms. And that's been really helpful. Dad, Game Time. It's pilotworkshops.com. I think I may have heard that at one point. Hi, HK Pilot. A quick question. Slight problem getting your words out. Not extremely. How do you overcome that? So,
good evening, Lufthansa, Takeoff Yankee, Heavy, vacated.
There was a news anchor that had similar problems, HK Pilot. I'm trying to remember who it was. Anyway, the way that they solved that problem was they started reading books out loud. They started reading books out loud. And that just got them talking an awful lot. Now, you know, if you're at home and stuff like that, that's going to be, you know, a little bit of a scary thing, you know, if you have brothers or sisters or somebody that might laugh at you or something. But that was the way that you learn how to talk. That's one way. And this was somebody that did that a long time. Look at this. It just disconnected again. I get so sick of this thing. I don't know what it is, but it does it all the time. And that was something that was pretty good. Something about a cat stealing a fish. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Welcome aboard. Mr. Posh Martin was in Riyadh to Amman today. Cambo, welcome aboard. Yeah, just... You know what? I actually, you know, that's nice of you to say that you do that. One of the things that I tried that I kind of got a little bit of criticism for is from an editor is that my books did not use a proper form of written English basically, you know, the proper grammar for a printed page. The kind of writing that I did was very conversational. And I will tell you that the first book did get edited, and I wasn't able to pull out all of the awkward stuff that editor put in there, which was really crappy of them. But so maybe start with the second book, because one of the things is it's shorter, simpler sentences, but I tried to be very conversational because I've spent 30 years writing news copy. And news copy needs to be conversational. So that is, maybe start with the second one if you're going to do that. Maybe start with the second one. And here comes engine number 2. Fuel. Loviz is getting a nice tour of Budapest today. Are you getting vectored about, or the Budapest airport are you being taxied about? Loviz is getting the runaround today. Engine 1 EGT. Starting engine number 2. I think it's because I waited a little bit too long to do fuel. Loviz, yeah, this is a nice airport. I actually forgot that we had the Budapest airport, but when I came in to check it, I thought it was one of the really nice ones. 18, 19, and 20. Fuel going on. Amagarosa, not even close, I'm afraid. But good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Anybody get any decent pizza? yet for your finally Friday night or some other really good weekend snack?
No moment, customer will have a nice flight.
Tower on 118, decimal 1, FedEx 120, thanks a lot.
Loviz gets to talk to Tower. 118 decimal 100 is going to be Tower. And 2 good starts on our engines. Let's come over here and we're going to free up the backup artificial horizon. Backup artificial horizon is good. And we needed to do pitch trim. It's going to be 0.1. There we go, 0.1 on the pitch trim. Everything else is good there. I did not do a runway heading. 127 is the runway heading. 127, that looks good. This will be a profile and nav departure. I think we're ready to go. Flaps 15 and 50. Hi, Ravio. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. Speed brakes, armed. Auto brakes, max. Looking good. Budapest ground, postman 441 pushed and started. We are facing the exit point here from cargo, ready for taxi.
Postman 441, are you able to perform intersection kilo?
Information kilo will be perfect for postman 441.
Postman 441, I asked if you are able to take off from intersection kilo from runway 13 left.
Postman 441.
Reinforcements
Affirmative. We
incoming.
can take off
More
from
agents joining the
intersection
spy
kilo.
flight.
Postman 441, text loading point kilo, runway 13 left via sequence Charlie and uniform. Correction, Alpha.
Charlie and Alpha, we are going to intersection kilo for runway 13 left. Postman 441. There appears to be a moose on the loose. Hey, Mustafa's here. Welcome aboard. Looked like Mustafa was having a blast last night. Mustafa was flying in the an older airplane that had one of the scariest navigation systems ever. I gotta tell you, that SIVA system, it is a little scary. You made it look easy. It was easy on the moose flight, I gotta tell you. Must have been because the flight attendants brought you free moose bread. Out we go. Fish Finder checking in from Arizona on YouTube. Hi, Fish Finder. T-Bird has got the silly little guy. Come to the SIVA side. It is your destiny. Oh my gosh. Destiny is calling. Okay, looking over there. We're going to taxiway Kila, and out we go. No, I remember that. We had that in, I think we had a SIVA system in the FlyJ Sim airplanes. You could get that SIVA in there, and I think we also, this was over in X-Plane, we also had a SIVA in the Concorde. So, and the SIVA, if you don't know what that is, that's a navigation system that is the predecessor to waypoints and McDo's and FMS's, and you got to know a lot of latitudes and longitudes. And if you got a long flight plan, you can only put in the first 12 or 13 waypoints. Then mid-flight, you have to keep programming it all out. So it's definitely a different 9. Oh gosh, I thought it was like 12 or 13. You only get 9 waypoints. So needless to say, the SIVA really keeps you busy. It really does keep you busy on your flight for sure. Takeoff config check. Hold the button down, look at the left monitor, and it turns green, so that's good news there. This is looking good there too. And we're going to taxiway Kila. And after start, pitch trim, rudder trim, spoilers, slats and flats, ECAM, ADI signal for takeoff. Flight controls, instruments, briefing, V1, VR, slats, takeoff config, transponder, TCAS, auto brake ignition. We are ready to go. Just 9 waypoints, huh? Boy. Scary, scary. Next flight we're taking is Vancouver to Edmonton, and then after that, Nolens to Houston. I did reload in my Flight Sim Dream Team for Houston. The best part of last night for Mustafa was an approach controller telling us runway 21 clear to land as we were 4 miles for the airport at 21,000 feet. In other words, it was Clark Gable from that submarine movie. Dive, dive, dive. Or go around, I'm guessing. I don't know. That's probably not a very good Clark Gable, is it? Run silent, run deep. I think that was Sim Caesar. I think has that as a sound. You just said unable. Okay, unable. We're gonna have to bleed off a little of this altitude here. Unable for sure. Okay, all that looks good. Here is our departure. Not sure what they were thinking. Well, maybe they were tired. It was a long day. But it was certainly fun flying in South America for Friday Night Ops last night. Okay, everything else is looking good here. Nothing to worry about. All of our switches are in the right place. Bleeds are correct. Just got to go to taxiway Keela and off we go. Speaking of Keela, I think our moderator Keela is about ready to go on her first real airplane ride in a few weeks, maybe even less than that. Looks like we got bus parking and everything else over there. And we are going to next available left. Next available left. Did enjoy yesterday's cargo flying in the 777. Every time I hop in that airplane, it's always a pretty good time. I don't know what there is about it, but the cargo machine is really a lot of fun. Okay, there's the high speed, and then our next right turn here. Everything is set. I think our airplane is ready to do flying stuff. We must be heavy. Every time I try to go to thrust idle, we slow down.
Postman 441, contact tower 118.1. Goodbye.
118.1 for Postman 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Oops. Yep, this is it. I thought I went too far. 118.1. There we go. And then 122.975 might be our next frequency. Let's get that ready to go and get up there. Almost time to go. Thought I made the wrong turn here. Budapest Tower, very good evening. Postman 441 on taxiway Keela at runway 13 left. Information Golf is aboard, fully ready.
Postman 441, Budapest Tower, hello. Fine traction, kilo, line up runway 13 left and clear for takeoff. Wind 080 degrees 2 knots.
Runway 13 left, line up and then cleared for takeoff. Postman 441. A little more power. Strobes onto an active runway. Landing lights ready to go, but not turning on until we're lined up. That way we don't blind anybody on the opposite side if there is an opposite side. Just a really good rule for that one. Okay, Luxembourg, here we come. Hi, Tim Dog. Tim Dog just departing today. And Widget Warrior just arrived. Hi, Widget Warrior. Welcome aboard to you, and thank you for coming by. Just departing from Budapest. And landing lights. Throttles up about halfway. Engines are stable. Auto thrust. Captain Tolerance just arrived just in time for takeoff. And looking down, thrust is set, engines look good. Airspeed is alive. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear. Gears going up. And a gentle turn. Probably have a turn. It looks like there's a housing area that they'd probably like us to avoid. And this airplane does not like it for you, does not like you to turn on your autopilot too soon. And lower the nose a bit. And flaps. AP. AP's got us. Did we just buzz some houses? 122-975 for Postman 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too.
122-975. There we go. Budapest, good evening from Postman 441, passing 3,100 for 7.
Postman 441, Servus, Feeder, contact climb, flight level 180.
Flight level 180 for Postman 441. And that looks pretty good. And speed brakes are disarmed. Landing gear goes to neutral, like in a Boeing on this, like in an old Boeing in this airplane. That was a really smooth departure in this old thing. And that looks good. Map coming out a bit. And our departure looks like we're doing pretty good too. Martin just arrived. Blue Idol is in. Welcome aboard. Widget Warrior found out that runway lights go to red and white and then solid red when you get to the end of the runway.
Postman 441, proceed direct to Abeti.
Postman 441, direct to Abeti. Probably turning red like that to let you know that, hey, you may have a problem. And a nice turn on departure. And as we come over here, there's our departure airport, looking really nice. A beautiful night tonight. It did take a long time to get to takeoff speed, but that's part of what happens when you do a flex departure like that. When you're doing a flex takeoff, it is going to take a little bit of time like that to be able to get to the end of the runway. They're basically trading length of runway. Hey, Russ, really good ATC here in Budapest. And this is the VATSIM event that we're flying out of, so they did a really good VATSIM event here. And coming up on 10,000 feet. There's 10,000 feet. So landing lights, nose light. Landing lights, nose light. Let's see. Spy has been to the train station many times. Is that why I always feel like I got railroaded? Let's get the comedy club open. And map going out.
Postman 441, calling to Budapest 120.375, ciao.
123.375 for Postman 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Postman 441, negative, sir, 120.375. Have a good weekend, bye-bye.
120.375. Thanks from Postman 441. 120.375. There we go, Budapest. Budapest, good evening from Postman 441, passing 11,600 for flight level 180.
Hello, Postman 441, Budapest, radar contact. Report your requested flight level.
Requested flight level tonight is flight level 340 for Postman 441.
Postman 441, that's copied, climb to flight level 320 initially.
Initial climb, flight level 320 now for Postman 441.
Condor 6902, what is your requested level?
Let's see. Widget Warrior, I was mentioning that I just finished a series. Yellowstone. That's more in the western part of the state and down in Wyoming from where I am.
From cargo 25 Alpha, proceed direct to TP.
Budapest is a pretty bright city tonight.
Condor 7 Hotel Tango, Budapest is calling you.
Big city
Condor
tonight.
7 Hotel Tango, Budapest, hello, radar contact.
Okay, everything looks good here. Over to
FedEx
progress.
120, switch to Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom, FedEx 120, bye.
Uh-oh, Loviz just got kicked over to Unicom. We're probably going to get a little of that tonight. But coming in, looks like we're going to get a little bit over here. Does look like ELLX is in Brussels, Luxembourg. So we could have some ATC going in. So it only looks like we got a small area here before we'll talk to München. So that'll be good. Let's see. Widget Ware, I thought it was good, but I was never a fan of Beth Dutton. You like how it ended? I didn't see it, though. I didn't see it. So does Buster know Unicom? And Buster says, oh, Unicom, it means food for the co-pilot. It's time for the co-pilot to get dinner. I never saw any of those, and sadly, I do not know where Beth Dutton is.
5873,
Foxtrot, all of my books go through Amazon, so unfortunately, I'm not in a spot where I can do free books and stuff. Uh-oh, Loviz has been getting pawed for about 10 minutes now, saying, human, haven't you forgotten the most important thing in the world?
5873, contact Bratislava radar on 134.475, bye-bye.
Contact 134.4.
Really nice departure on this one. This one felt really, really good.
501, contact Adria on 130.550, bye-bye.
130.550, Infinite 501, ciao.
Wizard 66, climb to flight level 360.
Climb level 360, Wizard 66.
Not very easy to do your simulated airplane takeoff when the co-pilot is pawing at you. I can see that as being a bit of a problem there. 18,000 feet.
619 Alpha, contact approach 122.975. Bye-bye.
Okay, this is looking good. Starting to turn some of these monitors down a bit. It's easier to see. And in this airplane, they're simulating old CRT types of monitors. So it's easier to read the numbers if you turn them down at night. It's got a 4.1 review. I never knew that, Foxtrot. I'm sorry you can't. Sadly, I decided to publish through Amazon, and I have to follow their rules about a lot of that stuff. Flight level 340 now for Postman 441. I didn't know that it had 4.1 review. Is 5 supposed to be the best, or maybe it's 10? I shouldn't be so excited. Manafee wants to know if there's a performance calculator for the SSJ 100. Sorry, I don't think I know the answer to that. Let's see if somebody in chat knows.
Köszi szépen, szia jobbulás.
Itaro 5873, are you on my frequency?
So Austria and Czechia is not up tonight, but everything else is. We got full ATC after that. Irby says check SimBrief. That's right, SimBrief has a performance calculator, doesn't it? That's a good idea. That should be a really good one for you. And looks like we're clear there. And out we go. And is there... Well, it looks like Belgium just went to bed, and France popped on, and Belgium called it a night. Foxtrot says there's several tools that you can use for calculating. The Superjet National website. Okay. SimBrief has performance data. So there's 2 places to go. I'd try SimBrief first. There's Loviz just coming in over Austria. Wow, surprised that Austria isn't up. They're usually up on a weekend. I think we're going to do 122.8 after this. 122.800. That looks good.
Subscriber confirmed.
Uh-oh,
Top clearance
Speedbird's back
granted.
in. Hi,
Loyalty
Speedbird.
noted.
And a very nice resub. Speedbird's been here for 40 months. Wow. Some of those numbers are getting big. Speedbird, thank you for the extra support and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. It's also a great way to help me stay out of trouble. Because staying out of trouble is half of what it takes. Martin says to stretch. That's a good idea. Oh, and hydrate. Probably a good idea too. I kind of woke up with a little, not sick or anything, but I've been really trying to hydrate and stuff. Thank you for reminding us to do those. So, and we need to hydrate. But yeah, whenever I start feeling a little under the weather or something, I just start chugging down a little bit of stuff. Yeah, I think that the phonetic alphabets for law enforcement and aviation are a little bit different. Passing 24,000 feet, seatbelts can go off. And up here, strobes, beacon, nav logo on, nose landing off, APU is off. Cabin is pressurizing, APU bleed is off. All is right with the world up there. Speedbird, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in. Yeah, it's really nice to hang out with the flight sim community. It really is a community of fun, happy people that is really, really nice. Plus people that know airplanes, understand airplanes. Irvy's mom had a phonetic alphabet. B is for Benny, F is for frog. Martin has been writing the Department of Health coffee should be considered a food group. See, that's what I thought it was. I always thought the original food groups were chocolate, coffee, chocolate, and coffee, and ice cream, and pizza is a food group. I thought those were the food groups. Apparently, I was wrong. Isn't grease a yeah, it is. Speedbird, yes, beer. Beer should be a food group. Yes, that should be a food group too, especially, when, if you drink a couple of pints of Guinness, it's like having a loaf of bread or something like that. So yeah, so pizza, coffee, chocolate, and ice cream, and beer. 5 food groups. 5 food groups. We got it all covered there. Man. If I had the same sense of humor in high school that I have right now, and I was in health class and the test was name all the food groups, I would have actually put something like that down. Just to, Speedbird, pizza, beer, and sheep that have had too much to drink. I tried that once a very, very long time ago, and it was a disaster. It was a disaster, so I've never tried to do any home brewing. John Fly actually did do some home brewing for a while. And in fact, John Fly had a whole line of beers that John Fly had made. And I thought some of them were pretty cool. There's a new Greek-owned pizzeria, 50% off the first order for living in the same town. Oh my! Unicom for Postman 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
Same to you.
122.8. Let's see. You're gonna get a ham and mushroom pizza and chicken kebab. See, if I knew that there was like a Greek pizzeria here or something, oh, I'd drive over to pick it up. It would be so cool. It would be awesome. Fidelicor is having Korean chicken right now. Well, I hear everything tastes like chicken, so that's the reason why. Russ used to brew beer. Oh, and Loviz used to brew beer, and you entered competitions too? I don't know that I would have had the patience for it, because that's actually something that takes a little bit of time. It takes time. And I'll bet the competitions were stiff too, because there are people that take that really, really, really seriously. Russ says be ready for Munchen radar at 134.15. Thanks, Russ. 134.150. Got that all set. I know, it's a really great place to be. And, definitely, the highlight of my day. Oh, hey, so this looks good. What was, so Loviz, did you, you obviously stopped brewing beer when you stopped drinking. Did you have a specialty? Did you make like a really awesome amber or a lager? Or, did you do something? Was there the Loviz brand that was sort of like, yeah, I got this one down. That's mine. And how long did it take? Because I always thought it took forever to brew stuff. Loviz did the IPAs. I think the patience part was it for me. And we're doing good on our climb. And out we go. Widget Moyer might be doing wrong with your camera views on an aircraft isn't saving when I leave the sim. See, there's something weird that's going on with that, Widget Warrior, because I've got, like, when I fly the 777, I have to enter my sim brief and Hoppy ACARS every time. Doesn't make sense, but I do. And so you're having something isn't saving for people correctly. I think that's got to be what it is something's just not saving right. I'm 30,000 feet going to flight level 340. Minimum fuel on the flight plan says, or actually final reserve and alternate is 5.2. We are at 14.6. Fuel prediction says 9.8. I see no reason to panic at all. There was a, Lovis says there was a pond at Fort Polk, and you would have Ropu water unit go out and purify the water, and you made Weems Pond IPA. Really? No kidding. So you had a real localized kind of beverage that you made. And yeah, you do have to make sure that the water is like totally pure or something. I think that's what I screwed up when I tried to do my version. And it was one of those silly little home kits that, you know, gets ordered off the internet, and it wasn't great. You know, and when it came out, it was sort of like, this just tastes horrible. And, you know, there was sediment in it and everything, and so I basically dumped it down the drain, and this is when I lived next door to a beverage place. And so I went over there and had a big old burger with steak fries and a cold smoke or something. No, that wasn't in the cold smoke days. This was probably in the Guinness days. Oh, it was a disaster. Martin, what car did you own through the years that was your favorite? Martin's favorite was a Saab 9.3 Aero from 1999. Easy to tune and handled with grace. And it was modified a bit. Oh, Lovis had labels and everything. So you designed your own label for your IPA that you made, and it was Weems Pond IPA. That's pretty cool. John Fly had some interesting names for John Fly's beers. Some of them were actually aviation oriented. AZ wants to know, was Buster on the label? You know, Buster's beverage company. Bottled in a pint. Oh, the flip top bottles? Yeah, those flip tops are kind of cool. They're kind of cool. Really actually liked having those, living on a boat and stuff. Those kinds of bottles with the flip top are really nice to just have around, whether you got booze in it or not. I would have all sorts of different beverages, and liquids and stuff in the flip top bottles, because it was easy to close and easy to open, easy to close, and if it fell over or something, it isn't going to leak all over the place. Because things tend to fall over in a boat, because, it kind of rocks a little bit like that. Hi, Bear. Loviz says that was before Buster. That was before Buster the super dog, the super co-pilot. Loviz says it was a picture of a swamp. Well, you know what? If you're looking for some, a great way to sell that beverage, I think a picture of a swamp would do it. Maybe off in the distance on the swamp, you'd see Burt Reynolds and his Trans Am running by. Loviz, it was in Louisiana, so Louisiana's all about swamps, isn't it? It's all about things being swampy. All right, looking good here. We are 474 miles from our destination. We are doing a ground speed of about 400 knots, got a crosswind of about 27 knots, so that's not bad. So next flight is Vancouver to Edmonton. That's another VATSIM event. And then we've got Nolans to Houston. I'm a little bit dreading the Houston, because by the time we get into Houston, my short-term memory is going to be totally fried. And at that point in time, they give you all those double taxiways, and it's like, okay. And they're so freaking fast about it too. November Yankee, November Juliet, November Whiskey. Then make a right turn on Alpha Alpha, Alpha Bravo, Alpha Charlie. And they just spin in that cash and talking that trash so fast. GT Boy, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Dogs is already ready in Vancouver. We still got a little bit of flying to do here, Dogs. I was up a little bit early today and I went online. I saw Captain Whip doing a live stream today. I think I saw it just as Captain Whip was taxiing up. I think whenever we've gone to Skardu, I don't think that we've ever had ATC. So it hasn't been a part of an event. And if you don't know about Skardu, Skardu is one of these, is an airport that is a challenge because you fly in through some mountains and stuff, and there's no nav aids. Plus, you're going to be a little bit heavy on landing because you have to bring in your own fuel. Martin says that the 737 Classic has been delayed. You go to your entry point, and then it's VFR in the valley all the way. And it's a fun VFR. I mean, once you know what the rule, what landmarks to look for, at Skardu, it is a fun flight for sure. It really is. But there you go. Here's our Enroute map. So we got a ways to come up here before we start talking to München. Russ is already probably well within Munich radar. It looked like it was a nice day for flying. What part of Captain Whip's live stream I saw, looked like it was pretty good. Oh, we need to change our TCAS. And we need to change TCAS from above to normal. Or if you hit this button, some guy from back in the cabin named Norm comes up and gives you a beer. I didn't see the actual landing, but yeah, that's Skardu, Martin. That's Skardu, and it really is an unusual. It's an unusual approach. Plus, as I was saying, you're also going to be landing a little bit on the heavy side, heavier than normal, because you don't fuel up there. You have to bring in your own fuel to Skardu. So you not only have to plan your fuel flying in, but your fuel flying out. So your landing is going to be heavier and faster. James the Catcher's going to Boston today. It is a real pretty part of the world there, especially, when you get to fly through the mountains like that. It is pretty, it's a fun flight for sure. Definitely a fun flight for sure. And best, in like a 737 or something like that. James is going to do Boston to Denver. Can I politely suggest you go the other way there, James? Boston to Denver is going to be a little long, and I think the winds aren't going to be good for that. I think the winds are going to be a little bit in your face there. Let's see here. Nope, we don't need that for wind. We need Navigraph Hub, or Navigraph. So over here, as I remember, there's a big old batch of wind, jet stream wind. Jet streams, radar. Oh, it's moved a little bit. Yeah, you're still going to have it right in your face, but it's only going to be for the first half of your flight, James. We did get the RNAV for runway 12. It was a really nice flight. Martin says it's really nice up north right now. Didn't really have much of wind on this one, but we're obviously not going at warp 10. Actually, it's Mach 0.8. That's not so bad for this airplane. Still, though, 50 knot crosswind's going to slow us down a little bit. Your granny is watching right now. Is that what you said? Foxtrot, thank you for bringing in friends and family. Good to see you, and thank you for coming by today. Yeah, I just started the live stream stuff on YouTube, so it's going to take a while before that catches on. I think that generally when it comes to live streaming and stuff like that, it's more fun on... I think it's more fun on Twitch than YouTube. Manafee took off like a rocket from an unpronounceable Russian airport. Some of them are really, really, really unpronounceable. Oh, there's that one. Oh, which one is it? It's from the Lufthansa Cargo series. The one with the really crappy runway. Let's see. That one was Novosibirsk. Vladivostok's easy. It was Novosibirsk. That's it, Wolfie. Yeah. And that one was really, really interesting because the runway was just so blah. It really was such a bad one that after they took off, the co-pilot basically, said, I had to, kind of guess because the airplane was really bouncing on the runway. It was a bad runway and stuff. And so, yeah, I said, yeah, I was just guessing on the speed a little bit there because I couldn't read it. I couldn't read the speed. You could really tell that those two were getting tired. So the series, it's a series of 4 videos. And the one Wolfie and I are talking about is the one, is their 4th one. And they had already done 3 long hauls. And I think that they were really tired. Plus, they probably didn't have much fun. Novosibirsk doesn't look like it's a hoppin' town with fun things to do. Probably not a great time. And I don't think that they fly that route anymore. But yeah, that one was good. Wolfie wants to watch those again. Cold Nebo is in town. Shelbanaysk? I don't know. I'm not that good with some of them. There's one of them. They're in one of the Russian nuclear towns, and I always, when I see it written out, it's so hard to say. But then you hear someone saying it, oh yeah, I get that one. It's one of the nuclear towns. Oh yeah, our language has been really bad today. Yeah. But it's all in fun. That's why we love the little Fokker F-28. Just love that for sure. Sunjammer is going into lurking mode. Happy lurking, Sunjammer. Co-pilot, Foxtrot watched an Aerosource 727 take off. The co-pilot was praying as the pilot's putting full power on the throttle. Well, some of these older airplanes make a few people get a little bit nervous out there. Just a little bit nervous. So, unless the co-pilot knows something about the pilot that we shouldn't. Resetting the heading bug up at top. James wants to learn the 717. I don't know about that one. I think that there's other ones. I don't know. I haven't done anything with that. That one, that's not necessarily... That developer isn't known for the highest quality airplanes. Not known for the highest quality of airplanes, I'm afraid. This all looks really good. Fuel doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. Yeah, holding steady at 9.8. And I don't think we can do range rings. I don't think that this airplane does fixes and stuff like that. Dustin's flying to Honolulu. So... Oh, really? You were just flying into the airspace and all of a sudden ATC disappeared? There is the Leonardo, it's the MD-11 series, the MD-80 series from Leonardo. Thing is don't get too scared because the Leonardo MD-11s are a bit pricey. But then you start looking around those airplanes and realize there's an awful lot of systems in that airplane that is modeled like your ACARS data that comes in the Mad Dogs. There's an awful lot of that that they put into that airplane, so it's actually pretty cool. Atlas Systems says Captain Sim did make a good space shuttle. Really? Okay, we should be coming up on München Center right now. So we should have a little bit of ATC from Munich. Unless they saw us coming and decided, uh-oh, spies, better get out of here. Let's see what awaits us. Yep, München still seems to... we've just been beeped. I wonder what this could be. Probably a warning. Turn around right now. No spies allowed. EDDM, München Center, 134.15. Just like Russ said. 134.15. Okay, if you want a classic regional plane that's study level, get the Just Flight F-28. You know what? You can do waypoints with that airplane now. You can do. That's a really good idea. I would definitely do that before getting the other one. That's gonna be a good airplane.
Request out of cockpit for 10 minutes. Das ist 106, die Overwatching kommen, danke für den Service, schönen Abend noch.
München, guten Abend from Postman 441, about 8 miles from Renka at flight level 340. We are identified. Wolfie reminds us that the Afro BAE is a good airplane. Irby likes the BAE. I don't know what it is. I guess it was first impressions, because first impressions with the BAE in that upper panel and trying to decipher it. Loviz was in the RJ yesterday. You could RJ if you want to do between Vancouver and Edmonton today. I was going to CRJ, do a little jazzy flight in that. Pratt PT, I figured I ought to change. I did Air Berlin 2 days in a row. Speedbird likes the Afro too, but no, I already did 2 days worth of Air Berlin, so. We needed to do a big cargo flight on this one. So Wolfie, you're home and you're all settled in right now. And family is home too, that makes it good. Widget Warrior, we all do.
FedEx 120, contact Langen Radar 125.2, bye-bye.
Langen on 125.2, FedEx 120, thanks.
That's our next one. I mean, you know that I do that all the time, right? A cheat sheet and stuff. Where's my most famous one that I'm using right now? So, Widget Warrior, this is my cheat sheet for the FA-18 Hornet in DCS World. And all this does is get the engine started. That's it. That's my cheat sheet.
Lightning radar, FedEx 120, flight level 350 for 320.
FedEx 120 still on me, but just saw a second ago he's closing.
So no reason.
Well, see, it was a good mistake, FedEx 120. Thanks a lot.
Sure, bye-bye.
Let's see. Nice to be aboard the 757. Have a great evening. See you later, Foxtrot. Thanks for coming by. Everything's ready for your next flight. You're going to get to hear Air Canada 508 on frequency. Sounds good. We'll listen for that, Wolfie. Glad you get to enjoy that. Sanchez is checking in from, over on YouTube. Hey, Sanchez, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on YouTube today. Welcome aboard. We are kind of just moving into the area near Munich, and we're going to overfly Germany and continue on to Luxembourg. A very big cargo flight.
7 kilo north ahead, monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
Uh-oh. Unicom, are people going to bed?
Lufthansa 1913, contact München, radar 128, decimal 030, bye-bye.
There is one over in DCS World, I think. I generally, if I'm going to fly a military flight, I'm going to go to DCS World. Garrett Ectors, did I say your name right? Hello back to Hungary. Thank you for coming in. I hope it is a beautiful night for you. It looks like it's pretty nice. We're just over Munich airspace. So we're a little bit north of you right now, but the weather does look like it's a really pleasant evening here. The LJ-35 is a really nice airplane. Loviz has that one. Started the ramp, veteran rampages, pranked you by telling you to ask the pilot for the keys to the airplane. So, Widget Warrior, talking about airplane pranks, did they ever send you to the parts, to the hangar, the parts hangar for a relative bearing? Did you ever get sent to maintenance for a bucket of prop wash? Just a few of the things that they kind of play on student pilots and people who are new. I know that I had all of my instructors tried that on me. They tried to get me to go over and ask the guy that ran parts to play. The airplane needed a new relative bearing. It's easy, you just plug it in, but just go ask him for one. I knew that was ridiculous. But then after that, bucket of prop wash, didn't fall for that one. The best one that I had was I had this one instructor, and the part of your training for a small airplane is, what do you do when your engine fails? That's something you got to be ready to do, right? So we're flying along, and it's a Cessna 152, which means it's a very small cockpit. You literally, have the door on this shoulder, the other pilot's on this shoulder, and I mean, there's just no room. It's small. So we're flying along, and he's got me doing points of it. I was doing points of a turn, Anyway, he thought I was busy doing that and didn't notice that his right hand went down on his knee and then down onto the floor, which I knew he was going for the fuel cutoff to simulate a engine failure. Because that's what they would do. They would just turn off the fuel on your airplane to simulate an engine failure. So it's like, okay. I didn't let on that I saw him do that. And of course, we're flying along. It takes a little bit of time. Chug, 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 and then all of a sudden the engine goes and dies. And I just sort of look at that. I kind of go dunk, dunk, dunk on the control panel. And I look over and said, oh my God, the engine has gone out. We're all going to die. And he just says, all right, shut up. Just do your procedure. Sort of like, I caught you. So, but that was a fun day. That was a fun flight. Needless to say, my sense of humor was a little bit much sometimes, but then there was the one day, and we're doing engine out failures. And so one of the things that you're supposed to do, your engine goes out, and the first thing that you need to do is, okay, where can we land? Start looking around. Where can we land? At the same time, you're running through all the reasons why your engine might have failed and to turn the engine back on. But while you're doing that, set the airplane at a glide and start looking around. Is there a place? Okay, there's a field right over there. Hey, look at that. That part of the field is nice and smooth. This would be really, really good for us to land in, right? Okay, so we come over there, but as we get closer and closer, you know, the engine's still out. And so we get closer and closer, and we look at the place where we're going to land, and there's a big old cow laying right in the middle of where we want to land. To which point, the instructor, you know, goes a little bit and says, my airplane, and turns the fuel back on, turns on the engine, and basically buzzes the cow to get the cow to move, because we're going to do a full stop landing on the field, you know, in this field. So we buzz the cow like twice. And the cow basically just looks up at the airplane like, I'm not moving, I'm a cow. He was not happy that day. But yeah, so buzzed the cow on that one, didn't work out. Got back to the airport, and you could tell he was
Reinforcements
just not
incoming.
happy
More
at
agents joining
all.
the spy flight.
James, yeah, I don't think you do it that way. This was pretty old school. This was old school. Boozy Sheep is here. I saw Boozy Sheep flying earlier today. Good to see you, Boozy Sheep. Thank you for coming in. Welcome, welcome. And a super duper happy weekend. Actually, it says Boozy Sheep was flying X-Plane today. Caveman Zelda, welcome aboard. Let's see, who else is here? Rat Hole just came in. Welcome aboard, and thanks for coming by. And a happy, happy weekend. The Tolus A330. Tolus makes such good airplanes. They really do. Actually, I think I need to go back to 122.8. ATC went off. I think, well, maybe not. I'll just stay here. But I think ATC has gone dark here too. Boozy Sheep is going to get boozy at the beach. Watch out for those crazy sheep. Larry is here with Beer Cheers. Hi, Larry. Thanks for coming in today. You're going to the beach today. Happy beach going. Did the instructor bring a barbecue with him? I don't know. He probably... I mean, knowing this old guy, he probably would have brought a shotgun or something like that just to try and scare the cows. I have a feeling that that cow had been there before and didn't care about these airplanes, so... But you can clearly, you know, when he gruffly tells you, my airplane, you know it's sort of like, okay, he's not happy today. That was it. Larry got one of the subs from Loviz a few days ago. Larry, glad you got one of those. And thank you for coming back in. Okay, so Loviz looks like coming up near Frankfurt. And then we'll have to drop down a little bit from Frankfurt. And all of this looks really good. Over on the F plan. It's going to be a while, I guess, before top of descent pops in there. There it is. So we got a ways to go. Okay, so we're to the north of Munich right now. We're north of Munich. And here is the airport we're going to at Luxembourg. Yeah, it's this one's got the Borg spelling here. Resistance is futile. I know, lots of pretty colors. I do like the way the maps are here. So let's see, we're just to the south of Nuremberg right now. Frankfurt looks kind of busy tonight. Rest of the world, EHAM is all lit up. Paris is lit up. Looks like it's quiet in the UK. Ireland is busy. Ireland is all lit up tonight. Bear has bad news. Sorry to hear that you've got bad news. Nobody likes bad news. There's enough of that right now. Our next flight is over here. We're departing YYZ up to YEG. Little early for this, but let's go ahead and do runways. So at Edmonton, right now the ATIS in Edmonton says, is it me or are these, is the text getting smaller? Runway 20. Runway 20 for landing in Edmonton. And in Vancouver, departure runway, oh good. They're basically saying arrival runways are both. Departure runways are both. I'm going to guess they're landing 26 right, so I will plan 26 left. We'll plan 26 left. Okay, so now we know what's going to be next. JSG Droid's here. Good to see you. What are you up to? I'm messing around with Sim Update 3 Beta. Oh, you are brave, brave, brave. Good luck, JSG Droid. It allows you to download scenery and aircraft. Maybe this will help your performance issues if everything is local. Yeah, no kidding. Good luck with that, JSG Droid. Let us know what goes on. Our next flight is going to be Vancouver to Edmonton, if you get all that set up. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, switching email addresses causes a lot of trouble when you purchase things. It really does. Loviz says that's an interesting choice. To try Sim Update 3 or download stuff. I'm not sure what causes some of the problems that people have, whether it's stuttering because of downloads or whatever. If you crush delete of Navigraph, I don't know about that. Oh, in Sim Update, you could do that. Interesting choice to do the beta. Yeah, I've done the beta. I've done betas twice now. If I ever do a beta again, I hope somebody will, reach through the camera and, do something with the hat. Do something with the hat to get my attention and say, no, you did this before. Don't do it again. It causes way too much trouble here. Wow, Germany just went almost completely to bed here. Not really, JSG Droid, I'm not even using 2024. So if this doesn't work, then 2024 gets wiped back off my hard drive until my motherboard becomes available. Got it. Okay, so this doesn't rock your world too bad. You're still primarily flying in 2020. So that's kind of a good thing there on that, right? Good news with 2024, you can get out of the beta without having to reinstall. Or you can get out of the beta by not joining it at all and playing it safe, which I've been doing quite a bit lately. Make all the chicken sounds that you want, but playing it safe for sure. Okay, everything looks good there. Tim Dog is not even using 2024. You can plug your GA altitude in once you capture the glide slope. Spoken words of wisdom, I try. It's 22.3 here. Oh, 22:30 in Germany, says Fidelicor. You know the Germans, they are on time for everything, including bedtime. Yeah, but it's the weekend. The weekends were made for ATC and beverages with friends and burgers, and if you don't have burgers, pizza, and if you don't have pizza, whatever. But that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Saturday was for in Germany. Loviz is about ready to go over Frankfurt now. We still have a ways to go. EDQG. Let's see. AZ says it is weekends are for pizza, burgers, and bratwurst. Okay, that sounds great. Man, it's been a long time. I think the last time I had one of those really, really good brat dogs was when I was cooking it on the grill on the back of the sailboat. There was just something about the brat dogs on the sailboat and stuff that were so good. We would always, usually after a day of sailing and stuff, once we, get to a cove and stuff, drop the anchor and go out like that. I mean, that really was great. That was fun for sure. And, you'd have a little gas grill that hangs off the back of your boat, and you could cook anything in it if you wanted. It really was good. I loved that grill. If I sell the boat, I'm going to have to keep the grill, even if I, can't grill and stuff. Bear wants to, if your game is connected on Xbox from your old account, it would work. If you're using the same name and stuff, the same login, I guess, Bear. But I may not know what's going on with that. Well, Germany's called in a night, but it does look like France is up big time right now. Over to my flight. And refresh, so we'll probably need METAR this way. Winds are 200 at 9. So my guess is what runway 24 is still going to be good. Visibility is great. Few clouds at 2,300. It's 10 degrees.
Reinforcements incoming.
Altimeter is 1016.
More agents joining the spy flight.
Oh my gosh, it's Kenko. Kenko just arrived. Welcome aboard, Kenko and Kenko's friends. Thank you for coming by today. We are cargo flying right now. We've got the big yellow cargo liner over Germany. And Germany is calling it a night, it looks like. So we've got the big cargo liner. Hi, Ollie. Welcome aboard. There's Kenko in chat. Doing great. I hope you are too. Kenko always doing some really cool charity streams and all. Some of the best, actually, in the flight sim community. Blue Rat is here. Let's see. Kirong, welcome aboard. Hi, Pro Pilot. Iacos, did I say your name right too? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. I hope you had some fun flying around. All is good at the Kenko side of the pond. Outstanding. Great to hear. And it's a good weekend, so all sorts of fun weekend snacks and foods. That's one of the cool things about the weekend is, something a little bit extra tasty just to do a little bit of celebration, because weekends, you got to celebrate. Kenko did an SRA into Amsterdam today, which was lots of fun, and it looked like everything was busy on VATSIM here at EHAM. I think they're kind of going to bed right now. Once you were done, I hope that the ground crew brought you some of those famous EHAM sandwiches. Yeah, we get a little bit hammy when we're talking about Amsterdam. Okay, Loviz just made the turn south of Frankfurt and is heading on into Luxembourg. And let's see, FDX 209, that's Russ just ahead of us too. Atlas Systems says yellow cards. What, because of the EHAM sandwich joke? Blue Rat had to do an ILS because it was too late into the event. ILS isn't always bad. I mean, I'll set up an ILS practically all the time, but if I can fly a visual approach, the cool part is you know, it gives you another set of, you know, references in the cockpit. You too high, you too low. Usually right and left is no problem, but you know, having that descent guidance is really quite nice. Fuel prediction looks really good, 9.5. Flight plan. Nothing here. I don't think that we've got any other discontinuities, so we're good to go there. We'll do, well, we could hit 15 and 20 to start. I guess we're bored, so we'll go ahead and make sure to switch GPWS, ground proximity warning system, for that. And to come on in, let's see, we're done with Budapest. And then minimums. Hi, dogs. And down here for A, B, and C category airplanes, minimums are 1,413. 1,413. The MDA is set. Way too early for me to be setting this up, but might as well get it done. 110.7. 110.7. And the inbound course is going to be 237 degrees. 237. And almost there. 237.110.7. Minimums are set. That's all good. We're going to go flaps 15 and 20 in this old Airbus, so we don't go float, 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 float. Mr. Jazz always remembers the EHAM yokes. Yeah, that's one of those things. Good old Amsterdam gives us jokes that we just can't skipple right through. Gives us all sorts of big jokes, though. Let's see. I wonder what would happen if we go direct to no. We're probably not going to save that run. Kenco, yep, they're all over the place tonight. Yep, our silly little word games are always happening here. It always makes for a little bit of fun. And we call them other jokes. Can't call them dad jokes because I'm not a dad. And let's see. Over here on the arrival, we're going to be doing the Bedix arrival. Going to Dekirk, I think. Dekirk, VOR. And at Dekirk... looks like it's 4,000 at Dekirk, and then 3,000 as you turn to final. And then once you get to the airport, runway 24 will probably get off here and then taxi back, because I believe cargo land here in Luxembourg is up in the northeast side of the airport. And I think that there's parking stands listed up here. Apron P10. Well, do we need a special apron chart for that? This is for Luxembourg, right? All right, so... that's the one we want. So I believe this is the cargo apron in Luxembourg. GT Boy said, yeah, it's the northeast part of the airport. Okay, right at the end past the passenger terminals. Okay, so we got that one right now. So we need the P10, not necessarily this one. Okay, so go past the passenger terminals up to cargo land, so we don't need that chart. GT Boy, you were just at Luxembourg. Were you there for real, or were you there in the sim? And if you were there for in the real world, when we get out of the airplane, what's the best Luxembourg snacks? Okay, that looks good. You were there for real. Ooh, cool. So if we were going to Luxembourg, GT Boy, where would we go? Where would be the cool place for the cool friends to meet? And what would we be eating there? Is it like a burgers and fries kind of a deal? Or is there something special regionally that's really, really great? James still going to go to just landed in Boston. Going to do a long haul flight over to Denver. Happy landing. The -101 is a happy landing, right? That is a real happy landing rate for sure. Okay, all of this looks good. Loud jet noise here. Next flight will be in the daylight. We'll be in Vancouver to Edmonton. We'll take a CRJ on that one. James is going to use Autoland. Well, you've done 2 long hauls out there. Okay, fuel right now is at 10.8. We're expecting to have 9.4 estimated fuel on board for landing. The flight plan says we panic at, I believe, panic fuel is 5.2, so we're in good shape there. 5.2. So fuel is not a problem if we have to go around, like we're gonna do that. Fuel's not a problem. Weather's not a problem. It should be a good arrival in Luxembourg. Kent is here on YouTube. Hi, Kent. Welcome on in, Kent. Thank you for coming back on YouTube. Dog says there's a Tim Hortons in the terminal in Vancouver. I would imagine that given I would imagine there's probably several. I mean, I would guess that there's probably several Tim Hortons in there. Okay, GT Boy says the traditional dish is a sauerkraut and sausages with other meats. Chicroti Garni? Is that kind of close, maybe? I'm guessing not, GT Boy. But it's a sauerkraut, sausages, and other meat. That sounds really good. That would be tasty. I didn't go as close to Frankfurt as Loviz did. Nope, not even close. Okay. So maybe I better practice pronunciations before I go to Luxembourg. Everything looks good there. Oh. We appear to have something wrong. We appear to have something wrong in the flight plan. Okay. Okay, there is a Dovey, Oddvux, BTEX, Dick. Now that doesn't look like there's anything kinky in the flight plan. Maybe what that was missed approach. That could have been missed approach, and that's why it looks so weird in the map. Plus, or it could be something like you got to be a little bit closer, like in the CRJ. When you try and put a hold in the CRJ, it really messes up your maps until you actually enter the hold. Then it's normal. Operator Pusky. Nah, we're not going to die yet. About the worst thing that I did was try to pronounce a traditional dish in Luxembourg of sauerkraut, sausages, and other meats. I failed miserably, but the airplane is still flying, and apparently there's no need for any kind of, law enforcement or anything like that coming in, which is always nice. If you're wondering how much longer the flight is going to take, let's see, the current time is 2047 Zulu. If you come to the flight plan and then go to your arrival airport, it says we're landing at 2112 Zulu. And over here, it is 2047 Zulu. So a little less than 30 minutes of flying time, and we'll be getting there. ISXR, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. And Patrick just arrived too. Patrick's on YouTube as well. Thanks for coming over from YouTube. So about 30 minutes for this, and then our next flight is Vancouver to Edmonton. And I think we've all got Vancouver scenery. There's a nice scenery for Edmonton. I know we've got a scenery for New Orleans. And we've got a scenery for Houston. And all of its double-lettered taxiways. Nope, not going to let that one go. That's annoying. I realize that there is a method to their madness, and there's a reason for that, but it still drives me crazy trying to copy down a taxi clearance in Houston. Fortunately, I'm taking a 777 from Nolens to Houston, so I don't have to go into the passenger terminal. I get to go on the north side of the airport over to Cargo Land. So, watch, they'll probably put me on the other runway just to make me ride all those down. Some people have good short-term memory for that. I'm not one of them. ISXR, this is the place to come and de-stress. The only stress that you should feel here is, well, not really any stress at all. And if you are feeling stress of any kind, the good news is this live stream comes equipped with an AZ5 button, so you can scram the reactor and everything will be safe. It also comes equipped with zombie dogs. Widget Warrior, you feel the same after a stressful week of work? Well, Widget Warrior works at an airline reservation center. I mean, seriously, they've got to have free adult beverages in the work break room for something like that. Ha ha ha! I would not do well doing that, I don't think. So I really don't think I'd do well on that. It would be bad. If I worked in your reservation center, I would get Employee of the Month for United. So it's a good thing I found this wonderful world of live streaming. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Top of descent is coming up here. So over on the descent, we decided 4,000 feet. So we'll come over here. Let's do 4,000 feet. Okay, that looks good. Top of descent's in 20 miles. Okay, now you have to make sure that you're in profile speed and profile altitude. And then come back over here and hit the lower part of the altitude select button. And then come over here And now you can see that profile descent is armed. And that means this airplane will automatically descend like a Boeing. And I think that the A310 and the A380 are the only Airbuses that do auto descent like that. ISXR says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. My voice is messed up, so I appreciate it. Thank you. My Widget Warrior's role is called Customer Experience Supervisor. Escalation point. But honestly, it feels like I'm a customer exception supervisor. So you're the one that they come to when the rules says this, they want to do that, and they're kind of trying to pull a fast one. Is that what they're trying to do? And I'm going to do the map one more click. Oh, you're the guy. Oh, you're the, when somebody says, I want to speak to your manager, that's who it is? You're the manager that picks up the phone? Okay. I have never said that in my life. I want to talk to your manager. I've never done that before. Someday I'll just call the reservations phone number and say that someday. I want to talk to your manager. Drip and Splatter checking in from New Zealand. Good morning. I hope it is a beautiful morning in New Zealand, and that all the parts of New Zealand that we would call Middle Earth have walking trees and all the other cool things except for the big eye in the sky. You just handle
Subscriber
the escalations.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Widget Warrior
Agent.
handles the
Loyalty
escalations.
noted.
Operator Pusky, I'd like to help you out. Which way did you come in? Which door? Collimator is back with a 2-year resub today. Collimator has been here for 2 years. Collimator, thank you for 2 years of awesome support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I appreciate you. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. And again, thank you so much for making this live stream thing possible, because I don't know what I'd do without it. I do have GSX. Every time I load it in, though, that little background program that runs in GSX always causes problems for me. So I recently totally unloaded all my Flight Sim Dream Team stuff and then reloaded in Charlotte and Houston, those payware sceneries. So hopefully I can do that, and I have learned my lesson. I will not put up GSX in it anymore. And we have started our descent. Luxembourg, here we come. Flying Eli, beer cheers. Thank you for coming in. Happy weekend to you. Welcome on in. And down we go. Next flight should be fairly nice. It's not, I don't think that Vancouver to Edmonton is long, and it'll be all in the daylight, and that should be a nice flight for us too. And a nice descent. We're right on our descent deviation. It does seem like a nice weather kind of a day. I think if you're in Scotland or Northern Ireland right now, that high pressure that's been in, a big dome of high pressure over Iceland has finally broken apart. And now all of a sudden, it looks like the clouds and the drizzly stuff is starting to move into the northern UK right now. David AS Gaming is back in chat. Is that Vancouver to Edmonton just a short hop? I don't have any Oilers jokes, though. Probably shouldn't do any of those, but still. Edmonton Oilers, right? Okay. after BTEX, it's D-Kirk. After D-Kirk, it's D11. FedEx, D-Kirk. I hope so. It looks a little bit messed up here. I mean, there's all sorts of crazy stuff in there. Okay, what do you say? What in the world is that? Okay, so all right, that's missed approach. That's gotta be missed approach. That's not our flight path. Flight path. Okay, so there's BTEX and there's DKirk right there. Waterwell wants to know what streamed items on Microsoft 2024. That means like scenery, elevations, stuff like that, I believe. So airport scenery, airport elevations, data, I think. Maybe certain textures in your airplane. I'm sorry. As usual, this airplane's just going way too fast. A little speed break here. I think Russ just landed. And I know Russ is on the ground. I think that Loviz has just landed. This doesn't look right to me. Loviz did indeed just land. Yeah, this approach looks a little bit messed up. We're going to need to do this manually. Okay, so on the arrival, after BTEX, we got 11 miles at a heading of 280 to DKirk. And then after DKirk, we kind of turn around and go the other way. And 118. David just got Flight Sim 2024. You've been seeing loopy things as well. Some approaches just don't transition well, and this is one of those that doesn't. So we're going to do something different. Loviz vectored yourself to the runway and you blew off the approach. Smarter move. Flaps 15 and 0. Okay, after flaps 15 and 0. So let's come over here. I'm a little bit too high at the moment. But at this point, we're going to disconnect VNav. LNav. We're going to do that, and that way we can fly a little bit better. How about we make a right turn to 118 degrees? A left turn to 118 degrees. 118. I'm the only one doing the approach right now, so it's not like we're going to hurt anybody. 118 degrees. There we go. And we're going down to 4,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and arm the ILS just to give myself a little reference here. So now I'm making a little loop-de-loop out here. So we're kind of doing some of our own vectors here, Victor. .118 probably isn't going to do it. Looks like I'm next for the runway, so it's not like I'm about ready to cut somebody off. There is 210, flaps 15 and 15 is 215. We'll just leave it at flaps 15 and 0 for now. Let's do a last click on the map. And let's go ahead and make our turn a little bit wider now. Dogs were doing pretty good. Probably another 10 minutes. We'll see you in Vancouver. Shouldn't be too much longer. Carol is here. Hi, Carol. Welcome back in. Probably 10 to 15 minutes, dogs at the most. Remember, don't wait for us too much. Otherwise, we get a jam up of airplanes, so you get an early start. Okay, so this looks like it's going to be pretty good. Let's come over here, refresh. Altimeter's going to be 1016. There we go. Half an hour left until touchdown. Avian's been doing a really long flight. So obviously, as usual, a touch high. Russ says, you recently Microsoft loads quicker. It sure does. When I ramp up an aircraft at an airport, it's also smooth and quick. There was Sim Update 2 that's come out, Russ. Even if you're not on the beta, you should have Sim Update 2. And I think it did have a little bit of some performance fixes, bug fixes, and everything else. So if you're feeling like it's a little bit better, I'd say that's probably 100% true. Okay, we're a touch high because I turned a bunch of this off. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit more of a downwind here. Little bit more of a downwind. Because we needed to be at 4,000 or so there. Okay, all that looks good. So I'm going to kind of come out here and do a loop-de-loop around. $14,000. But I've definitely noticed that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 takes a lot less time to load, which is really, really nice. Auto brakes. I'm really not needing a lot of speed brake on this one. Oh, I actually have speed brakes out to get a little bit better descent. Company message received. Uh-oh. My guess is that is probably somebody having fun on CPDLC. Let's start our turn in, see if we can actually do this. Again, a touch high, but once we get turned in on the localizer, we'll just take control and see if we can't do this. Flying Eli, IAH is our third flight. We still have to do Vancouver to Edmonton. But we're going to do IAH, and we got a nice airport for it. There was an ACARS message that Impossible Face saw. The Delta pilot said, do a wheelie. Really? You heard about the one message to the CRJ pilot, oops, from the A350 pilot, oopsie. Have there been any updates in the Phoenix airplanes? I don't think so. We haven't had one for a long time. Now, one thing about the Phoenix airplanes to keep in mind about those Phoenix airplanes is they're technically not ready for Flight Sim 2024, so they're considered experimental. On the other hand, I think that they've been working really, really good. So I've been having a blast with the Phoenix airplanes in Flight Sim 2024. I think the only thing that I've got to do is what we call the JSG droid cold and dark thing, and that is be sure you do hit the cold and dark button first, and it works really good. They're not going to be ready until the update titled BFU. True Demon. BFU. Well, I've come up with something that you probably shouldn't say in front of grandma or anything like that for BFU, but maybe that's not what you mean. Sorry. Big Phoenix update. Oh, okay. Is that what they call it? The Big Phoenix update? Gotcha. Okay. I thought that might have been a joke, and that does give you an idea that yes, I need to clean up my brain. Loviz. So the BFU is when we get the Neo. That's when Keanu Reeves comes out and starts doing videos for Phoenix Sim. Cambo. Okay, glad. Thank you for saying so, Cambo. I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking that. It's sort of like, like big middle finger or something like that. I said, oh no. Yes, growing up is not one of the things I intend to do. Oh, we got a win from the right to the left. Loviz says there's the roadmap, and that's probably where BFU comes from. Thank you, Loviz. True Demon, thank you for reminding us, throwing that in there. Okay, landing speeds. So takeoff and approach, VAPS 148. Landing lights, nose light, seat belts. I think we left them on the whole flight here. Speed brakes, auto brakes are armed. We are 10-mile finals. Luxembourg, there is a Postman A300 10-mile finals for runway 24 landing Luxembourg. A little bit of a turn over here. True Demon says in the blog the Phoenix has snow. I'm gonna arm land. Get just a little bit of help here. Oh, I got an airport to runway. Better do landing gear. Looking good there. Okay, here in Luxembourg, we're exiting to the right. Exiting right. There we go. Coming up on 5-mile finals. This turn actually went pretty good. 148, let's call it 150 to land. 5-mile finals. 150. And we're going to do flaps 15 and 20. Flaps are 15 and 20. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. All is right with the world. Any builds put snow on the latest A350 update. Bad thing is you can get snow on the wings in warm weather. Snow in warm weather, huh? True Demon has been flying the A350s. It's going to take you a while to get used to having Phoenix compatible with the walk-around mode. Actually, when I do a walk around, I use drone cam. I don't really use the walk around thing. Okay, looking pretty good here. Autopilot off. Panic time. I do a walk around with the drone cam. I would offer to show you, True Demon, but I don't want people to think that I'm droning on and on and on and on. Ah, the Buster does the walk around. Yes, sadly that one thing that Buster does on the walk around isn't part of SOP. You know, the thing that dogs do. My brain is just... It is a totally twisted mess, I swear. That was... Bees on the tires. Well, good. You have your co-pilot well trained. You mean today or every day? Yeah, so much for hot brakes on the Airbus. Little bit of a wind from the left blew me to the right. Touch low. Auto throttle's off. Oh, that's what gives them that glow in the dark look. I think now when I go outside the airplane, it cancels the auto brakes. I think it cancels the auto brakes. Welcome to Luxembourg. Luxembourg traffic, that DHL A300 is clear of runway 24, taxiing up north to Cargo Land. Happy landings, Luxembourg. Did we learn about the snacks of Luxembourg? Rat hole, we learned about one thing. It's it basically is a sausage and other meat. I don't know what you'd actually do with it, but it's also got sauerkraut and stuff on it, and that's supposed to be really good. Cargo Land, where you get to ride the bumper ULDs. Yes, Cargo Land, True Demon, Widget Warrior, the new theme park from Disney. Avian, this is the home of Cargolux. Oh, I'd give anything local a try. True Demon, I mean, you know, I've even said, you know, if I ever were to make it to something like, you know, Scotland, you know, I'll try haggis at least once. It's a little bit, you know, scary, but okay. I would try it, and considering that's where my ancestors really came from, I really probably should. And maybe I'll even like it, who knows? That being said, the deep-fried Mars bars scare me a little bit. You know, it's sort of like, do I need an extra shot of insulin or something before I try one of those? GT Boy says, haggis is wonderful. David AS Gaming tried haggis. See, I think everything is probably good if you try it just once. Although I've told the story of going to the Rodizio rotisserie, Brazilian grill in Denver with my younger sister. And that you get to try all sorts of different kinds of meats and stuff. And we both kind of had that idea. You know what? You try anything once. Although, and Lori hung in there. Thing is, when they came around with the little barbecued chicken hearts, turned a little tinge of green on that one. A little tinge of green. Oh, gosh. And AI it into a picture of a dog walking around. And here we all are. I think one of those is Russ, and the other one is Loviz. So welcome to Cargo Land. Manifee Games, Brazil was mentioned. Yeah, I think it's a chain of restaurants in the United States, probably other places too, called Rodizio's. And Rodizio is a Brazilian grill. And they've got 50 to 100 little rotisseries always going in this wall with a bunch of stuff in there to try. It really looks amazing. And I'll tell you what, Loviz says we need a 747 freighter. You know what? I would imagine that our friends from PMDG might actually have one for us down the road, right? Avian is doing a descent into Miami. I think if I remember correctly, Avian took off from Dubai last night during the live stream and flew all night long and is finally coming into Miami. I did that I did that yesterday, and I'll do that for New Orleans to Houston, but I figured I had to do a different airplane today. Figure I should do something other. So we'll fly the Panda for the next plane. And let's see if we can park here. And then this is one of those airplanes where we don't want to turn on the APU because it's cargo. And that's probably pretty good there. Parking brakes. There's parking brakes. We're going to turn off the nose light. That looks good. Come over here. Now, it could be, Polyot told me that what I should do is turn off the right engine. So I should turn off the right engine because that's the side where they plug in the power. So the right engine goes off, and then we go to ground gear, and then we do chocks and the GPU. And then when the chocks and GPU are in, then we can come up and patch external power in, and then you can turn off the other engine. And that way, if there's anybody doing ground crew and stuff, they don't get sucked into an engine that's powered up and running. So up here, we'll turn off probe heat. We'll turn off all of our fuel pumps. And that's how they do cargo, so you don't waste fuel doing... you don't waste fuel with the APU. And then we need to come up here, and we're going to do off, and turn off those two oxygen, and turn off all three navs. And then we can come down here, attach the right stairs, open main cargo, and disarm your doors. And then the doors are disarmed, and we can open up the 1R, and then go over to ground weight and balance, go back one page, and then if you do unload the cargo, your airplane is empty, and you could do another flight. And we made it in Luxembourg. Oh, let's see. Avian, no, that was this morning you landed from Dubai. This time you did London. Oh, okay. Friend of mine is a captain on a Cargo Lux, and earns 747 loads of cash. Loviz is in Air Berlin, chocolate love with the 777. It's your favorite airplane? These really are. I mean, 3 cheers for PMDG and all. I think that they've done just a marvelous job with the 777 cargo. Slink for Slink. Did I say that right? Over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Welcome aboard. And we made it. Wig Bill, welcome aboard. Happy Saturday. So let's see. We have 3 airplanes out here. Let's see. Maybe the Cargo Lux is a static plane. No, they all were. Somebody was in the Cargo Lux too. Let's get ready for our next flight. We have 3 in a row here. Loviz says that the 747 is also performing the best on in both sims too. So 2020 and 2024. Okay, we're going to quit to the desktop because when I switch airplanes, I always like to do that. How long have I been flight simming on YouTube? I've had a channel for several years now. Mostly all I have done on YouTube is cold and dark videos, pre-recorded videos, you know, just a single flight showing all the buttons that I push, a cold and dark flight. But now it was suggested that maybe I should start, you know, multi-streaming since it's legal to do now. And so I started probably about 2 to 3 weeks ago with the live stream side. P.I. Aaron Raju, did I even say that close to right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Well, yeah, if you're getting started with a new airplane or something like that, that's why I do the cold and dark videos. And basically what I'll do is I'll wait till an airplane's come out. So like the 777 cargo liner, I'll wait a few weeks after it comes out, try and learn it, try and learn how to do it the best I possibly can. You know, with an eye towards, yes, I want to be as real as possible, but what works in the sim. And then then I'll do a cold and dark video on a new airplane or something like that. Our next flight is in the CRJ and we're flying in Canada. This is one of those crossfire events. So when you get on the ground, grab your clearance. We already know that they are landing on runway 20 at Edmonton. I'm just going to check the ATIS and make sure. Yep, runway 20 is still our arrival runway there. Here in Vancouver, we think it's 26 left. Okay, good. Let's go get a sim. Is that nothing wrong with if you've got a YouTube on the background on your other screen? Oh, yeah. See, my whole idea by the cold and dark videos, Slinkin' for Sling, the whole idea is that you've got my video over on another screen. You've got your simulator in front of you, and I push a button, you push a button, and that way you can see all the steps that you take to do that airplane. And then once you see that, you kind of then go and do another flight by yourself and keep going. And that's kind of how it is that you learn to do that. At least that's how I do it. Kirill, I'm going to probably come over here on one of these southern gates that are a little bit smaller. So that's what I was going to do. Okay, let's get ready to go. I'm going to fly Air Canada Jazz, JZA 441, because, hey, if we're going to play travel jazz, we should be a jazz flight. We are CYVR. We are going to CYEG. I'm going to do a CRJ, I believe the CRJ 9 is what I need. Maybe it's 1,000. I forget. It's Cargo Lux. No, it's Air Canada Jazz. There we go. Cargo Lux. Did a flight from Manchester to Miami in the PMDG 747 in 2020, and you saw the Matt Chewy. Yeah, those are the online resources right now are really good. J-Dubs, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, 26 left and 20 runways are good. Fuel planning, I would like an extra, let's just board an extra 30 minutes. This is going to be a big crossfire event and it's going to be busy. It's going to be busy. Okay, generate flight. Tambrasco is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Okay, that looks good. I do suggest definitely grab the PDF and put it on your desktop because it's not easy to read in the CRJ. And that's pre-file on VATSIM. VATSIM. And we're going to fly at flight level 370. That sounds about right. And file. Jazzy Flight 441 is all set up. Cool. So let's come over here. What days do you fly? So Slink for Slink. Right now, the plan is Thursday through Monday. Thursdays through Monday. Most departure times are 1900 Zulu. Monday we depart at 1800, and we're starting to think about maybe always departing at 1800 so we can catch more of the European VATSIM events. No guarantees about Monday right now. I woke up a little bit, I guess, woke up a little bit under the weather. I kind of know myself, and probably Sunday's going to be rough, and I may not have a voice on Monday, which is too bad because I always really like to do, if we do, maybe we'll do one flight on Monday just because I know that I'm not going to be 100% there. All right, let me go and put my flight plan in chat. So right now it's sort of like all the orange juice and hydration that I possibly can find. Okay, that should be the flight command. There's our flight plan. And here comes the title. You know, maybe what we'll do is we got a couple of flights that we want to do. There's VATSIM events that we want to do tomorrow. Corfu to Athens, I got to do that. Can't be, Greek island hop spy and stuff like that and not want to go and do Athens. Maybe we just won't do all the flights. So, we'll do a couple of the flights on Sunday, the first flight on Monday, and do it like that. And then again, it could be, I'm chugging down the beverages as much as I possibly can, so we'll see. Slink, you know what? There's some really great scenery going through New Zealand, too. You can see some really cool things in there. Because I don't want to miss Athens, and I don't want to miss Vectors to Copenhagen. That has become a really great, challenging airplane flight. I really enjoy Vectors to Copenhagen. Okay, we need to do the CRJ-9. So it's a CRJ-9. Loviz is going to take a break. Houston, have a great time. We'll see you in Houston. Okay, and we're gonna need, that's Lufty City Line, we need Air Canada Jazz. Here comes Jazz. That looks good, save and go back. And that saved it, save and go back. CYVR, right? CYVR, Vancouver. Okay, get VATSIM radar up so we don't spawn on anybody, because spawning on VATSIM is rude. All right, looks like a lot of these smaller gates along the south side. There's a WestJet over here. So we got a WestJet over here. I'm going to try 15 Alpha. All right, let's come on over here and clean this up. Gate 15 Alpha. Now we don't need this. We don't need Squawk 1000. We don't need the Budapest flight plan. And we need to bump this up so that I say the right ones. All right, that looks good. Let's also go get the flight plan. Oh, Kirill, I didn't see you telling me to go to stand 40 or sooner. Sorry, I missed that. You're close enough. Okay, and there's our route. And all of the notes are ready to go. By the way, if you're new to the spy flight and stuff and you saw these notes that I'm doing right here in this notepad, this is a simple notepad. It's a format that I've been slowly evolving for years, to be honest. And it's pretty simple. And if you go to one of the pre-recorded videos on YouTube, a cold and dark video, you'll see where I've clipped in this format for a notepad, and you can just copy and paste it out of the description, put it in your own notepad and change it any which way you want and make it work for you. So that would be good. Tumi Brasco is calling it a night. Good night. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you later. Have a great evening. Sometimes it can't be avoided, but not moving after spawning is rude. Tim Dog, okay. Absolutely, that sounds about right. Dog says delivery is 121.4. Olivant says we got the wrong hat here. Bessie, the link for YouTube, it's just YouTube-757 Spy. That's it. YouTube 757 Spy. And here we are. Pratt PT says hydrate. Yep, I need to double those today for sure. Ready to fly. And click that. This is the only hat I like. It's an Irish driving cap. Oh, Wig Bill, thank you for putting that in. And let's come over here. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Let's see if VATSIM's going to let us go. And that's it, you know, V-Pilot has to think a little bit. Okay, we are JZA, and we are a CRJ9. Connected. We appear to be connected. Oh my gosh, more airplanes have shown up. It's busy in Canada today. Flying 1FV. Welcome in, Flying. Not really. The only add-ons that I really use, that I really kind of use, are airport sceneries and airplanes. The one that I use for pushback helper, is something that I use. I Navigraph, and that's really about it. Pratt PT, thank you for reminding me to do this. Okay, so here's our cute little CRJ. First things first, click the center of the screen. Then the aerosop, whatever that guy is, pops up. Aircraft. I need to put chocks in place. We need a ground power cart. And we need to open up all of our cargo. So there's everything. Cargo doors are open. Now we have a jetway here, so lower the guardrails and request your jetway. So there go down the guardrails, and here comes our jetway. So we got that. Wig Bill, there used to be the command for pushback helper. I've been thinking about going and buying toolbar pushback again, because pushback helper is getting a little eccentric. Can't really count on pushback helper as much as I would like to. So I'm kind of thinking that I may need to make a change. Flight plan. Import the OPF. And there is our flight plan. That's our route. Let's come on up here and let's do battery. Apocalypse, please. GSX has the little Codal background app, and that thing always messes my day up. It just always seems to be causing me a problem. Always causes a problem for me. Okay, all of this looks good. Heaters. Looks good over there. Little backlighting. No smoking to on. Emergency exit lights to arm. Recirculating fan goes on. Let's come over here. Add a little bit of integrated lighting. Come down here. Add some integrated lighting down here. There we go. That looks good too. And I'm going to do a little bit of flood on the main panel just to make it look better. Okay, all that looks good. That looks good. Let's go ahead and set payload and fuel. Apocalypse, please welcome on in. Thanks for coming back. I hope you are doing well. Go to performance. And now we'll check this with the flight plan. Our zero fuel weight should be 29.28. We are at 28.8, so we're pretty close. We were supposed to have 67 passengers, and we do. Cargo's supposed to be 1.5. So I think we're about as close as we could be. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to set it in the airplane right now. So technically, the airplane is loaded. Do you use OBS or Streamlabs? Actually, neither. I'm using Meld Studio now, game time. I'm using Meld Studio. It's a little new. There's a couple little bugs here and there. They're working on it constantly, and I've been happy with it. But either or is good. And I'm actually one of these. I'm totally amazed at the things that you can do with OBS Studio or Meld Studio. These kinds, and if you wonder that, if you're new to this airplanes and live streaming, this is how it is that you live stream, is with an application like this. This is Meld Studio. It's newer. It's open source. It's awesome. I'm blown away by what it is that you can do with this. But the things that we can do in terms of recording, and as a former broadcaster, I can, what we used to call hot punch or live punch a show with all of this. And I can even, with a Stream Deck, go and set things up and make it behave like what in television we called a switcher, which is how you switch a show, you know, a newscast or whatever. And I'm just amazed at what you can do with that. Love to find somebody that, you know, wants to try and build something along the lines of, you know, new and online media and use stuff like that. Because I'm just, the things we can do. We can do things with this that 10, 15 years ago, you could only do at a network or a major market TV station. So I'll stop geeking out about that and geek out about airplanes. We are at Vancouver. We are at CYVR. CYVR. Vancouver. I am at gate 15 Alpha. Don't think it knows gate 15. How about just gate 15? Nope, doesn't know that either. Clear it out. Go to page 2. Grab a GPS position. Go back to page 1. Compare that with the airport and put that in the boxes. Come down here. And nav. And nav. Starts the aligning. Wigbill, I didn't see much of one. My guess is my the resource load is either the same or slightly better. Now there's still some issues. I mean, sometimes the link between Meld and Stream Deck, it gets a little bit confused. A little every now and then. You know, particularly if I'm hot punching a recorded video or something like that. It also, every 10 minutes, you know, the weather cam, it disconnects the weather cam every 10 minutes. and that's gotten annoying. That never happened over in... oh, look at that. Maybe we're going to have a thunderstorm this afternoon. Yeah, maybe a little bit of rain. But other than that, it hasn't been that big of a difference. I've still got an active copy of OBS, though, on my desktop here in the system in case I need it, though. It's good to have a backup. Flight plan. CYVR. CYVR. Vancouver. CYEG. CYEG. Our alternate is CYYC. CYYC. This is Jazz, JZA. Flight 441. Good. Yeah, I don't know that the TikTok thing is over here. I'm not on TikTok. It's something, that's one of those online things that totally passed me by. So I'm not on that one, but I can do, Twitch and YouTube like that. And again, the thing that really is awesome for me is I can, what I call, I produce, YouTube videos and stuff like I'm back at the TV station. I will hot punch something like that rather than edit parts together. I just feel like it's smoother and there's no jump cuts. So I really, really like that. Vidri, V-I-D-R-I, V-I-D-R-I, Vidri. After Vidri, we're on the Q949 airway. Q949 airway. That goes on the VIA side. And we're going direct to ELLX, ELLKS, ELLKS, ELLX. And that's it. That's our flight plan. Execute. Cool. Let's go and get our clearance. Okay, YVR delivery is 121.4. So radio, 121.400. ATIS, information echo.
101, Vancouver
You're having
delivery.
trouble with the
You
second
are cleared
PC, your
to
capture card. It's
Vancouver
causing
to
issues.
Departure. Flight plan route, runway 26 left.
I
Squawk
think
66
that's
32.
still a hard thing to do and to set up correctly. I think that's a hard thing to set up and do correctly. I do everything with one PC right now. If I get a little more successful and, can actually invest back into all of this, I would definitely do the 1-2 PC, but, make sure that it's a solid, Elgato set of capture cards and stuff, because those seem to be the most solid for what we're working on here. Okay, information echo, gate 15 alpha. Let's see if we can break in and do a clearance.
301 Vancouver delivery. You are cleared to Edmonton. Vancouver 2 departure. Flight planned route. Runway 26 left. Squawk 6237.
Okay, so Vancouver 2 via 26 left and squawk 2.
The Vancouver 2, VYR2.
WestJet 301, read back correct, push and start at your discretion. Contact ground on 121.7 for taxi.
121.7 for taxi for WestJet 301.
Vancouver delivery, a very great afternoon. Jazz 441's a CRJ on the ground with you here at gate 15 alpha. Information echo is aboard, requesting clearance to the party town, Edmonton.
Jazz 441, Vancouver delivery. You are cleared to the party town of Edmonton via the Vancouver 2 departure. Flight planned route, runway 26 left, squawk 6762.
Jazz 441 cleared to Edmonton via the Vancouver 2 departure off of runway 26 left. Squawk is 6762 for Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, read back correct, push and start at your discretion. Contact ground on 121.7 for taxi.
Push and starts on us, 0.7 for taxi. Thanks for the nice clearance. Have a good weekend from Jazz 441.
He's welcome, splendid.
Okay, let's go ahead and we can plug in departure and arrival right now. Oh, I was going to go and snag CYEG. CYEG. Did I see Lex Stereo in chat? Hi, Lex Stereo. Lex Stereo, I'm real sorry. I've got the links. We're going to have to work on links. It's been a problem for a while. I'm sorry about that, but welcome on in. Good to see you. Packaboard is here. It says it's breezy in Edmonton today, and DMK6 arrived in the middle of all that, too. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, let's do... let's see. Parking positions. We are over here. There's gate 15, so let's pin that. Lex Stereo is confused. So am I. Welcome to the land of confusion. I bet we could get Phil Collins to help us out with that. Okay, this looks good. And we're going to go over on the left side. Okay, let's grab the SID. And it's going to be the Vancouver 2 departure. We need to look at this and make sure that there's going to be a climb clearance, right? Oh, the dot between Mr. and Mr. Spy thought it was posting a link. That's what it was. Sorry, Lex Stereo, but welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Order your Land of Confusion club cards today. Electric Dreams, I remember that. Initial climb. Maintain. Okay, so this one's hard. It's kind of hidden in the lower left-hand corner. It's right down there, 7,000 feet. So that is our initial climb clearance. I'm going to go ahead and just put that in the altimeter, in the altitude right now. There's 7,000 feet. Okay, we got those, right? All three of those, perfect. Let's go back in here and go to YEG. Was there a spicy alert joke? We can be spicy. Coming in, it's the ELLX 3 arrival. ELLX 3 to runway 20. ELLX 3, runway 20. This is it. Pin that one. Approach is going to be the ILS. It's going to be an RNAV. It's going to be an RNAV. You know what? I think they even told us which one it was in the ATIS. I'm going to be... I don't know if this is cheating or not. If, you know, going here and just looking over at your arrival airport. There's Edmonton. Okay. RNAV Yankee or RLAV Zulu. So it's your choice to runway 20. Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's look at the RNAV Yankee for runway 20. Vispo and Luma. And the Zulu, is that any different? This one's a little bit simpler. This one is going to put us out here at Lidor. So if this puts us out at Lidor, which one of these works for Lidor? RNAV, Zulu, Dudco, Gabit. That doesn't seem to. How about the Yankee? Vispo. Supper time for Wigbill. Have a great time. A happy dinner time. Captain Odie just came in. Hey, Captain Odie. Oh my gosh, your internet just came back after the tornado in St. Louis. Captain Odie, that is great news to know that you're doing good. Nothing was damaged except for the internet. Captain Odie, awesome news. Thank you for coming and telling us. I appreciate that. Glad to hear you're well, and glad to hear the internet's back too. Kirill, I see one WestJet. I'm not sure that that's yours. I'm not sure that that's yours. J-Dubs, do I have a wish list or anything like that? I don't have anything like that at the moment, J-Dubs. And if I do decide that I'm finally to the point where I feel like I could that I could go and start expanding, add a couple of, new pieces of equipment and stuff, I would basically say so here and say what I need to do and kind of go from there. So I don't know which is the best way to do that yet, but that's what I would do. I'm nowhere near, and with the economy basically trashed right now, I kind of feel like I'm just gonna kind of coast, sit here and kind of float in the milk, and then eventually I will do that. But J-Dubs, thank you for asking me about that. I really appreciate it, because when the time comes, if I can grow this, I do want to. Amoeba, I think we want to do the one that has the amoeba transition. And I think that's this one. So you want the Yankee. I think you want to do the Yankee here. You had to time out. Kids were watching. Timeouts are important. Okay, let's come over here. And we need to do the airport. And parking positions, and we got that. Okay, so it's going to be amoeba, right? They are, and like I said, if the world kind of fixes itself a little bit, we'll do that. But right now is no time to, now's the time to just keep your head down, not spend too much money, and hold your breath, I think. Okay, it's the RNAV Yankee is what we're going to do. Let's do that.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
RNAV Yankee.
Loyalty noted.
Let's see. ZLP7 is back with a really nice resub. I will keep you updated. And again, I really appreciate you asking me that. Thank you, J-Dubs. Eventually, yeah, we'll increase the power, the horsepower here. It'll just be a while. Here's a problem. This is CYVR departures. Let's do departure and arrival. I was doing the arrival. Dogs is off. Dogs, I will catch up with you. Let me get going here. All right, 26 left. Runway 26 left. YVR2 departure. And execute. That looks good. Departure and arrival coming on in. Let's see. Athedron, the 777 autopilot. It's different, isn't it? Athedron, I'm flying that one next. I'm flying the 777 next. If you get to hang out with us for a while, maybe that'll help. RNAV Yankee for runway 20. ELLX 3 via. It's Amoeba, right? And execute that. There we go. Let's go ahead and open up the flap here and start doing a few things up here. And I'll try and go slow on the startup for that last flight of Athedron, and maybe that'll help a bit too. Okay? Because you're trying to do the cargo flight, as I remember. So that's what you're trying to do. Okay, all of that looks good. Flight plan. Performance in it. So we filed for flight level 370. 37,000 feet. If we're going to do alternate, that is 23,000 feet. Okay, that's good. Let's go over to performance. I'm going to copy performance data. I'm going to set my bugs for takeoff and get ready for flex temperature. Indian Dude, are you going to be back? So this flight right now that we're doing, Indian Dude, we're going to Edmonton. This is an hour and 45 gate to gate. We've already burned about 10 minutes of the flight already to give you an idea of when we'll start the 777 flight, okay? So I hope that helps you time the day a little bit. Atlas system, we've all kind of had a little too much to eat in the past every now and then, haven't we? Okay, all of this looks good. Execute this. Go to next page. Cruise winds is 264 at 28. 264 at 28 knots. ISA deviation is going to be 0, so that doesn't change. Execute that. Next page. Estimated time of departure, it's 21:56. Let's call it 22 2215 realistically with all this traffic. Execute that. VNAV, it's 18,000 feet. So we don't have to worry about 18,000 feet. Flight level 370, 18,000 feet. That looks good. Performance, we're going to flex to 48 degrees. So we'll save a little fuel, but take a little more runway. Multifunction display, turn on VNAV data, and that looks good to go too. And then come on up here. Let's start up the APU. APU starts. And the 8 is here in beautiful downtown Vancouver. Says the altimeter is 3001. So we have to change from hectopascals. And we're going to come over to 3001. Our runway heading on the departure. And that's going to be important. Our heading is going to be 263 degrees. So heading is 263 degrees. Loose cat, that's it. Our next flight in the 777 is Nolens to Houston. $263 degrees. There's 263. Incredibly small numbers, but 7,000 feet, 263 degrees, and altimeter is 3001. All of that looks good. We did get a squawk code. We're going to squawk 6762. 6762. That can go in there. Kosa's back in chat. Hey, Kosa, welcome back in. All of this looks good up here. And do we have an APU? Yeah, the APU's up and running. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Come over to aircraft. Let's go ahead and get rid of the jetway. Close up cargo and disconnect ground power. So there goes our jetway. And we have to disconnect the jetway before you close the door. Otherwise, you'll bend you'll bend the door or the jetway or something. Okay, that looks good. And closed, 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 and removed. Check those things first, parking brakes, and then do your chocks. Once you do the chocks, you can't fix any of this stuff in here. None of that's going to work for you. All right, come on over here to the ground chart. Or you could also hit the B button here, and that's going to zoom you right into the airport map, which is incredibly cool. This is a really good map. Okay, everything looks good to go here. I'm going to go ahead and get on their map. Ground is 121.7. 121.700. Looks good. Get on chat. Okay, there's one WestJet over here. I'm going to wait for that WestJet to get out of the way. But we can call pushback helper and get our tug. Actually, we're in Vancouver. Did I say the wrong place, Atlas System? It's not Vancouver, Washington. We're in British Columbia. We're in the land of Tim Hortons and Terrence and Phillip.
Canada Plastic 1, respected.
Although I suspect that they would like to be known by something other than Terrence and Phillip.
To the Horseshoe Gate via Mike Victor Kilo, Juliet Charlie at your discretion.
Horseshoe Gate, Mike Juliet Kilo, then apron presentation.
Air Canada 561, that's Mike Victor Kilo, my apologies.
Mike Victor Kilo,
One of the reasons that I always like to wait if there's an airplane like this that is pushed back like this, their engines are running. Their engines are running. This says AH Mike, welcome aboard. The next command says Vancouver. Oh, okay. Electric Dreams, a lot of friends to the north aren't even that big of fans of Tim Hortons since it was bought by Burger King. Yeah, I know. It used to be that everybody just loved Tim Hortons, and then they got bought up by the big company, and nobody. Now it's kind of like, it's not that good anymore, right? Electric Dreams.
001. Taxi Echo Delta 7 hold short 261.
Wolfie is hang
Echo
on.
Delta 7 hold short 26 left and 3001. Westjet 458.
Actually, Wolfie, it would look like. Hang on, I'll show you what it looks like.
We'll give way to the traffic. Westjet 458.
Southwest 561 contact.
All right,
Vancouver
almost
Tower,
done. There you go. This is what the command looks like, Wolfie.
Thank
Thank you for doing that.
7 Southwest 561.
Okay, shall we go?
And Vancouver ground watcher 46, just make it off runway 26 right.
And seatbelts.
Gate 17 across.
Hydraulics all going on.
WestJet
Beacon going on.
Vancouver ground welcome.
I think we're ready to go.
Gate
Parking
27,
brakes.
taxi via Mike
Off.
Victor, Hotel,
And
Golf,
reverse.
April, your discretion.
Mike Victor, Hotel Golf, April, my discretion, watcher 46, thank you.
And let's go ahead and we've got fuel booster pumps. Hold down the left start button for about 3 seconds. And on it goes. Dogs is already climbing to flight level 230. Wolfie, I'll bet it is. Wolfie was away from the sim cockpit for actually a really long time. It was a really long time for Wolfie. So glad you're back in your sim cockpit. Look at that. It just cast me free. It let me go. It's just so weird that it does that. Fuel. And parking brakes. It just kicks you, yeah, way too long. It was kind of rough on Wolfie being away so long. Sadly, it's kind of hard to take your, computer with you sometimes. All right, engine number 1 did not start. Engine number 1 didn't start. Let's try 2. And we'll let that one cool down a bit. There's a Concorde on arrival, really? Yeah, there's some people that are flying Concordes right now and just enjoying them. $17, $18, $19, and $20. And did we get a good start on 2? Hey, we got a good start on 2. Atlas system, that is it. Pizza is the big deal here. I don't know what it is. It's still just, it's been favorite food for years.
Rouge 121, contact Vancouver Tower 118, yeah.
That's why, there you go. Kosa, that's why we've got pizza emotes here. Let's try and restart 1.
Herman Cargo 26 Mike, Vancouver ground, good afternoon. Where are you looking to park?
It actually does, doesn't it? It does rock. Okay, almost ready to go.
Herman Cargo.
Edmonton, here we come. 20% on the N2 here. Just another scrub is in chat. Just another scrub's in the Flight Factor 777 on X-Plane 12. How you enjoying it? I hear it's a really, really nice airplane. Are you flying in the Canadian event right now? Just another? Hey, we got a good start on this airplane.
Air Canada 1321, was that you?
Affirm.
Air Canada 1321, Vancouver ground, welcome to Vancouver.
And that's doing good.
Taxi to to the Horseshoe via Mike Juliet, Juliet Bravo, apron your discretion.
Okay, good start there. That looks good. Done with the APU. Here comes air conditioning and packs.
Affirm if you're able to make the turn.
Those are good.
Even go Delta Sierra, so free.
Flaps.
Thank you. We take Delta here, but we take Delta Whiskey.
Roger.
And that should clear that. Last thing you need is a trim setting. That's in performance. And page 1 of performance, trim is going to be 6.6. 6.6. Oh, you know what I also forgot? Landing elevation. This is going to be hard. Because 2,373. All right, we'll just hold this here for a little bit. COSA has the flight factor 757. Actually, that is one of my absolute favorite airplanes. It really is a great airplane. Okay, that is 2,360, 2,373. Boy, did I get lucky on that. 2,380, I think that's as close as we're going to get. Parking brakes going off. Toe brakes are on. Clear the warning and the master. Nose light going on. And let's see if we can get out of here. So over here in
Air Canada 1321, take a left on Juliet Bravo, apron your discretion.
Left Juliet Bravo, 1321.
and we're going to call short of taxiway Delta. Hit your ATIS button just to make sure you got the latest one. And you can even see there's a line here. So we're in the technically in the apron area here. Vancouver ground, hello there from Jazz 441. We're the CRJ, just holding short of Delta with information Echo, requesting taxi.
Jazz 441, Vancouver ground, thank you for Echo, altimeter 3001, runway 26 left, taxi via Echo, Delta 7, hold short, 26 left.
Taxi via Echo, Delta and Delta 7. We will hold short of 26 left, Jazz 441. Nobody coming our way here. Let's see. Just another scrub. It's way above your head. You're swimming. What? The 777 in flight factor? The flight factor airplanes are done so incredibly well. They really are done well. And check the takeoff config. Takeoff config is right up there, and it's automatic, and it's right on. And out we go. Okay, this is going to be heading hold off the runway. Let's hit the magic takeoff button.
November 43, exit 0, hello, information, Echo on board,
and we are in takeoff mode, almost flying time. You've never encountered an airplane like the... So there is an awful lot in those flight factor airplanes. It really, I mean, back in the day when all I was flying was X-plane and the flight factor 757, there's just a lot to learn about that airplane. But you just kind of have to slowly stick with it, and you'll get it. They've modeled so much of that airplane.
You're unable to take Alpha to Charlie?
And my guess is
so yes,
the 777's the same way.
We're able to take Alpha down. Well, okay, so we can. So we don't have the new taxiway that goes all the way down to Alpha 5. We have the taxiway that goes Alpha, Alpha Romeo, Foxtrot.
November 43 X-ray, roger, I got you now. Okay, in that case, runway 26 left, altimeter 3001, taxi via Alpha, apron your discretion, Charlie, hold short 26 left.
Subscriber confirmed.
Stone
Top
Gamer
clearance
is back.
granted,
Hi,
agent.
Stone Gamer.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, welcome back in. Stone Gamer's been here for 23 months. Thanks for the nice resub.
007.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for being here for almost 2 years.
Contact Vancouver Tower now, 118.7.
118.7 for Jazz 441. Thanks.
County 241 Heavy, Vancouver Tower, good afternoon. Winds 240.
I forgot Volanta. Thanks, Tim Dog. I did.
Get your land 26 right, Air Canada 241.
Westjet 458. Contact Vancouver to
Got it. Thank you.
132.3. Wind 2406 knots. Clear for takeoff runway 26 left.
When airborne, contact with Vancouver departure 132.3. Clear for takeoff runway 26 left. That's Jeff 448.
Vancouver Tower, hello from Jazz 441, a CRJ holding short of 26 left. Echoes aboard, fully ready.
Jazz 441, Vancouver Tower, good afternoon. Line up and wait, runway 26 left.
26 left, line up and wait, Jazz 441. Strobes? Cabin call.
Air Canada 241.
Speedbird is landing on 18 right at Schiphol.
Air Canada 241.
18 right. Uh-oh, did you board extra taxi fuel?
Roger,
That's... Wait a minute. No. Oh. Are you... is that the long one? Is that the long taxi, Speedbird? 2-hour taxi. Okay, yep, you got the polder bond. That seems to be one of the most infamous runways in Flight Sim. Probably in the rest of the world, too. Lights. And everything's ready.
November 43 X-ray Sierra.
Rotate at 143. Speedbird, you always get that one whenever you go into Amsterdam.
41. Contact Vancouver departure 132.3 when airborne. Winds 2406 knots. Clear for takeoff. Runway 26 left.
After takeoff, it is 132.3. Clear for takeoff. Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks for flying.
And thrust going up. El Clocko is running. And flex is set. Steering with rudder pedals.
November 43 X-ray Sierra. Line up and wait. Runway 26 left.
Runway 26 left. November 43 X-ray Sierra.
V1. Rotate. Positive climb gear.
Climb at 16,000, just remain on that heading for now.
Climb 16,000 and we'll keep the heading. WestJet 458.
Vancouver, hello there from Jazz 441, just taking off from 26 left, passing 2,000 for 7.
Jazz 441, departure identified, climb 9,000.
9,000 for Jazz 441. Let's increase our speed a bit here. There's 210.
WestJet 448, proceed direct Vidri on course.
Flaps 1.
Correction, WestJet 458, proceed direct Vidri on course.
Direct Vidri on course, WestJet 458.
And
Jazz 441, turn right, heading 350.
right turn now, 350 for Jazz 441. 32, 33, 34, 350. How about that? We didn't even scratch the paint. Didn't even scratch the paint. That's pretty good. Manaphy, are you going to do some controlling now? I thought you were flying earlier today. We are doing New Orleans to Houston to go to the Houston event. I know you've been wanting us to come into Jax. We'll get to Jax before too long. Flaps up. And speed up to 250. Speed to 250. There we go. Climb speed. Low Viz, Discord, there's an update for 2020. That's Sim Update 16. So maybe I should try that. Okay. I will give that a shot. I might do that. Just give it a try on day off or something like that. That might be the thing to do. Everything's good here.
Jazz 441, climb 16,000 and remain on the 350 heading for now, please.
16,000. We will continue on a heading of 350 for Jazz 441.
November 4th, clear with keys passing 2,000.
There's 16,000. Tim Dog's going to do LA to Jax. Holy moly, Tim Dog, you're doing a long haul. T-Jock, did I see your name right? Welcome aboard. You want to go to Disneyland. We need to divert to Orlando. You know, the best time to go and do something like that, to divert, is after 9 p.m. on Flight Sim, because you'll see the fireworks over there at Disney in Orlando in the sim, which is cool. Loviz says that Sim Update 16 works really good.
Just confirm, you said 360?
350.
350.
And coming up on 10,000 feet, increase my speed to 270.
Jazz 441, proceed direct Vidri on course.
Jazz 441, we are direct Vidri on course. This airplane, I definitely like to make the turn. If I'm in heading hold first, make that turn first and then go there. And 10,000 foot cabin call. And lights off.
Number 426 here, you said 350 and proceed on course, correct?
Negative, heading 350, just stay on the heading.
350, sorry about that.
Jazz 441, contact Vancouver Center, 133.7.
133.7 for Jazz 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thanks a lot for flying out. See you next time. Bye-bye.
133.7. Okay, let's go direct to Vidri. So direct to Vidri, execute, and then go to nav. Vancouver, good evening from Jazz 441. Direct Vidri, passing 13,000 for 16.
Jazz 441, Vancouver Center, good day, climb flight level 370.
Flight level 370 for Jazz 441. Thanks. All the way up to our cruise. Manaphy has recently gotten a controller status over at Jax, so if you feel like flying out of Jacksonville, Florida, Manaphy would appreciate a little bit of ATC there. We'll make it over there, I promise. We had our schedule the way it is now, but we'll pick that up. We'll get over there. Seatbelts, no smoking, everything's good there. APU is off, everything is good up here. We have pressurization, and I didn't get my probe heaters on, forgot that. Whoops, that would have been a problem if it was wintertime maybe. Climbing at 270. Transition is 18, progress 461 miles from Edmonton. KFW Gaming is going to go in an A330 Heathrow to Beirut. That's going to be a long flight too. What's that, about 7 hours? Avian finished a transatlantic flight. Is that your first transatlantic, Avian? Was that your first long haul? Or am I confusing you with somebody else? 4 hours and 35 minutes Heathrow to Beirut. Wow, not as much as I thought. Altimeter, standard, and standard up here. Good. And a very, very nice CRJ departure. It rarely goes this smooth in this airplane. If you stay practiced up in the CRJs, though, you really can do some cool flights there. You can do some really nice flights in the CRJ. AH Mike says we're going to have nice views of the Rockies if the weather's good. Avian says no, this is Avian's 5th cross the pond flight. That is really good. And our departure is good. We'll go and clear these out. And we're done with the departure. Jerry is back in chat. Hi, Jerry. Jerry wants to do San Francisco, Seoul, South Korea. That is an 11-hour flight. I hope you've got a lot of pizza in the refrigerator. Maybe a couple of movies or two. 11 hours. See, that's probably the reason why it is that we don't do cross the pond over the Pacific. An 11-hour VATSIM event. Can you imagine that? I mean, you know.
Subscriber confirmed.
That would be hard.
Top
yeah,
clearance
cross the
granted,
other
agent.
pond. That would
Loyalty
be it.
noted.
AH Mike has just gifted some subs to the community. AH Mike, this has been 5. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you for boosting that number up a little bit for me. I definitely need it. So thank you for being so nice to me, but H. Mike, thank you for being nice to other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub, so thanks for being super nice today. And thank you for helping me to keep it going here. I could not do it without you. Sphinx Music is firing up FS24 for the first time since February. Well, Sphinx Music, are you gonna, do you have a special flight in planned? T-Jock did Tokyo to Helsinki. Wow, while sleeping? No kidding.
Detected. Welcome aboard.
You flew over the North Pole.
Stay sharp.
So how, I'm assuming that you made it, Tokyo to Helsinki. E-Warn, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I appreciate the follow. Thank you for coming by. And all of this is looking good. It's just a local area flight to. I think you're gonna find. You're gonna find Sphinx Music that the muscle memory is pretty cool. Etherodon did Oakland to Honolulu in a Southwest. Yeah, it sounds about 6 hours, 5-6 hours or so. Yes, when you do fly over the North Pole, some of your navigation instruments will become, as you just said, confused. And 26,000 feet, seatbelts can go off. Nice views outside the windows.
Contact Edmonton 135.035, bye-bye.
And seatbelts, as you can see, is off. No smoking is
Subscriber
on.
confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Angry
agent.
Wolf just
Loyalty
came back for a
noted.
nice resub. Angry Wolf, thank you for a resub today. I really appreciate you keeping it going. Thank you for the continued support, helping me to keep the lights on. Thank you for being here for 5 months. And again, bottom of the heart, thank you. Life on Twitch for a lot of streamers has been getting a little bit dicey, so thank you. Sphinx Music, yes, lots of updates in Flight Sim 2024. I think most of them are pretty good Sphinx Music. I haven't had too many problems with it. It's been pretty good. It's been really pretty good. Angry Wolf, hey, you're in the process of building a house. Angry Wolf, how's your progress going? Are you getting close to being able to move in? Are you just getting started? Building the whole house yourself? Or you contracting and telling others what to do? How's that going? It sounds like a cool project. 421 miles. We got about 55 minutes of flying, so 55 minutes to our flight from New Orleans to Houston. Angry Wolf says it's stressful and just getting started. You and your family are building the house. That's going to make it a real special house, Angry Wolf, that you're sharing with your family like that. Really awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I think, I think that, who was it? Mentor Pilot did a story about that, Talk Jock, about Finnair being hurt really badly because of the Russian airspace thing, and the routes are pretty bad. So, yeah, I heard about that. It's been really hard for him. That's really cool, Irby. I'm sharing a picture like that, though. Are you sure? You could make people kind of crabby about lobstering.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Crabby about lobstering? That's not that fishy. Touch the Clouds just fired off a hype train. Touch the Clouds did a resub for 46 months. Touch the Clouds, thank you for firing off a hype train. I appreciate that extra support. Thank you for being here for 46 months and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming on, Ann, and appreciate you helping me to keep the lights on. Loviz says Emirates is flying from Newark to Elgav in a 777. Are you going to get up early to fly the event? I'm probably going to go and try and have a very nutritious dinner tonight. I'm going to try and drink 2 full pint glasses of water, and try and go to sleep and sleep in and see if I can take whatever bug I'm starting to feel here and get rid of it. But are you going to do that? Are you going to do Newark to Athens? So Emirates does that flight, Newark to Athens in a 777. If only we could all go and hop on the plane and meet for gyros. Gyros, and Sibby can tell us where all the cool pizza places are. Danny VDW is back in chat. Welcome back, Danny VDW. We are flying over Canada, and Loviz says that Emirates is going to be is a nice ride.
Canada 258, contact Edmonton Center 135.35 so long.
Dogs just got kicked over to another controller. See how we're doing here. Air Canada 508 just went over. There we are. So we got a ways to go first. I'll bet that's dogs right over there. Okay, everything looks good. Kirill is the WestJet 301 that's flying along with us today.
Top clearance granted.
And Danny VDW is back with the resub. Hey, wow, thanks for the resubs and gifts right now. I appreciate those. Thank you for keeping the hype going. and helping me a little bit of extra is so appreciated. Danny's been here for 48 months. Danny, thank you for being here for a whole 48 months. Kind of amazing to me just how long this has been going. The live stream and all. And let's come on over here. And just making sure I haven't missed anything. Nope, not there. AZ doing the same about right now. Oh, okay, that was for AZ. That was AZ for, okay. Finn Zippo has just arrived in chat too. Welcome aboard, Finn Zippo. We are zipping along right now in Canada. How's our ground speed? Hey, we got a 37 knot tailwind. Weren't we going to flight level 370? AZ is going to join Irvi in the virtual fishing business. Oh, really? I needed to reduce my speed a little bit in the climb. Needed to reduce the speed in the climb. That's why it was being a brat. Altitude cap. And there's flight level 370. Danny, I know 4 years is blowing me away. Somebody did the math. I guess I started live streaming about 8 years ago, which is like, really? That's kind of like, wow. I mean, it really does seem like yesterday I was just, you know, jumping into Twitch, watching John Fly and Cat Strader, and I mean, it really blew me away. Okay, here we are. Somebody did something nice. Let me go and make sure that I can get this set. Let's set our speed. So Mach 0.80 for our speed. That was Touch the Clouds gifted some subs to the community. And the hype train got kicked up to level 4. Wow, thank you for a level 4 hype train. That is awesome. Thank you. Touch the Clouds gifted 5 subs. You know what? That is all real money. Thank you so much for that kind of support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on and keep this all going even while everything's going crazy in the world. I really appreciate it. Paul got one of those from Touch the Clouds too. Paul, glad you got one of those. And our speed is increasing at flight level 370, so we'll just let the speed increase to Mach 0.80. AZ, are you talking about multiplayer with the boats and stuff? So yeah, there have been some really nice gift subs today. Thank you for the extra support today. Okay, our speed's climbing. I'm still leaving the airplane in climb mode while we go and get our speed up there to about 0.80, I guess. And then we have to monitor it ourselves. So as long as the little pink thing is on top of the white arrow, we're accelerating. Some developers are making a game called Ships at Sea, which is multiplayer. Is the official song Near Far Wherever You Are? Are there any icebergs in there, or is that not polite? Okay, coming up here. Irvi's main character in the game is called Rose. As long as there's enough room for Jack on the board, everything's going to be fine. You know what I mean?
Loyalty noted.
As long as that. Danny VDW has just gifted some subs to the community. Danny, thank you for gifting some subs today too. Danny, you've been here so long. Thank you for the extra support and helping me to do all that, keep the lights on. Okay, so We need to take it out of climb mode.
Today, climb flight level 270.
Okay, now we're in cruise mode. And now we have to adjust the throttles here so we're not going any faster. There we are, but we don't want to slow down either. That should be good. Danny, thank you for gifting some subs to the community. Again, there have been some really generous gifts today. Thank you again. It's really, really nice. Thank you for helping me out, but also thanks for being nice to others too. Mary Arbitrary just arrived. Mary Arbitrary's been doing ATC around Salt Lake lately. I hope it's been nice around Salt Lake, Mary. Thank you for coming in. Happy weekend. And maybe happy pizza weekend too. Although I think I'm gonna do spaghetti. I bought one of those packets. You know how you can get, like grated Parmesan cheese? If you look over in like deli areas and stuff like that, one of the things that you can do is will give you like shredded Parmesan. Not grated, but shredded, and it's fresh. And if you do that and put something like that, the grated Parmesan, spaghetti and meatballs too, with just a basic marinara, that's actually really tasty. And I bought some of that, the shredded recently. So I've got to use that. I don't want it to go bad, but it was really good. So I think it's spaghetti tonight here at Spy HQ. I've got a little bit of the garlic butter. Sibi over in Athens taught me how to make Greek garlic butter. And that's really tasty. So put some toast on it, some garlic butter, spaghetti. I think that's sort of like better than going out. And we're at about 86%. That looks good. We are 335 miles from Edmonton, 40 minutes of flying time. A346, I'm sorry, yes, that's one of the hard parts about Spy Flight. We're going to make you hungry. We're going to make you hungry. But that's one of the best things in the world right now is really good food. And if you can make something homemade and stuff, that's even better. Okay, we're right at Mach 0.8. We are 200 miles from top of descent. Wig Bill is back and says, oh, I just had dinner, so we're not making Wig Bill hungry today. Not making Wig Bill hungry. Okay, all the lights are good. So that's all good. Seatbelts are off. We've got probe heaters, windshield heaters. Air conditioning packs are on. Air conditioning is on, so everything's good to go there. Rat Hole, wonder what good Edmonton snacks are. We haven't talked about that yet. Rat Hole, that is a good question. So yeah, that's a good question. If we go to Edmonton and we get off the plane, what's the really great place to go and eat? Just another, you like fish fingers instead of dough. That sounds good. And Tim Dog kept that little hype train going. Hey, Tim Dog, thank you for some nice cheers. Thank you for being so cheerful. And some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Manifee wants to know if there's any VAT USA controllers in chat. JSG Droid, finally cut free from jury duty, is chowing down right now on chuck roast. It's been in the crock pot since 3 a.m. Oh my gosh. Wow, does that sound good, JSG Droid. In the crock pot since 3 a.m. What did you put in your crock pot with it? What sort of stuff did you put in there to make it awesome? Rat Hole just did a sub for 6 months. Rat Hole, thank you for the 6-month sub. I really appreciate it. And that just wrapped up a hype train. It was a level 5. Thank you so much for a level 5 hype train. Again, Thank you for the extra support, and helping me keep all these lights on. Again, bottom of the heart, thanks for helping me keep this going. JSG Droid puts salt and butter in the crock pot with chuck roast. Really? I can understand the salt. The butter is surprising to me. The butter is, I wouldn't have thought butter
aboard,
with something like a chuck. That sounds unusual to me. Maybe I'm just a little off on that. Odin's one just hit the follow button. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Thank you for coming in today. Odin's was Munchen Tower. Oh my gosh, we absolutely did. It's always so much fun. The VATSIM events, VATSIM Germany does such a good job. I'm not kidding. It's the events around Germany are so much fun. It does take a little bit of time, to learn a little bit about it. But once we learn, how to do everything and fly within there, it's such a good event. Looks like the music just wrapped up.
WestJet 552, 100 up to arrival.
And let me come over here.
WestJet 552, contact on arrival 1335. Bye-bye.
Okay, that should get it going again. And I need to do now playing. Okay, I think that got the music going again. Cool. But no, Odin's, the VATSIM Germany events are always such a good job. They're so well run. It gets a little bit crowded, but that's what we're there for, right? Lots of ATC. So always have a good time flying in those events. Tim Dog, it's miles and trail. I'm not sure. Rathole, thank you for being a part of that. Really nice hype train. JSG Droid has been eating high fat, high protein, and very low carbohydrates for 4 months right now. You're losing weight and gaining muscle. So high fat, high protein. Your own SOP should be known. They are. And that's the cool part about VATSIM is we get to fly in all different parts of the world and learn the different SOPs. How things are different in Germany as opposed to the UK, the US and stuff. So I really do like that. That's the fun part of the challenge. And again, you've got some of the best, air traffic controllers on VATSIM. So it's a good time. Yeah, we should have an eating emote, Rathole. I used to have a fast metabolism. It's starting to slow down a little bit. Yep, we got the music going. Finally got that going too. Okay, everything looks good here. Top of descent is coming up in 157 miles. That's going to be in about 19 minutes. My guess is we're going to get kicked over to, well, we got a couple more airplanes to go before we get kicked over to Edmonton. Edmonton is 135.025. Radio 135.025. Always like to figure out a way to put that in advance if I can. So much CRJ over the other time. I do like to fly this airplane. It's a little bit more of a challenge for sure. So I generally do like to fly this one. It adds a little bit more to do in the cockpit. We do have a VATSIM event coming up here. We're going to be doing New Orleans next. So Nolans. Let's see what we got in New Orleans. Man, did they make that small or what? Departure runway is 20 in New Orleans. So runway 20 for Nolans. Coming into IAH, Houston. And we're going to probably get one of the northern runways. Expect ILS runway 8 left, 8 right, or 9. 08 left, right, or 09. My guess is, so I'm going to be flying a cargo, a 777 cargo. So my guess is they're going to bring us in on 8 left because cargo land is up here. So we can plan for 8 left coming into Houston. Okay, so all of that should be good. And we're all set for that event. Except, of course, for all of the double taxiway lines. Dogs is Edmonton Center is going to log off soon. Okay. Well, trying to fit ourselves into 3 VATSIM events in a row was probably going to result in a little bit. Tim Dog's doing IAH to Jax. Tim Dog, thank you for doing IAH to Jax. Your sleep is amazing. Your insulin and glucose numbers are down. So JSG Droid, you've been doing really, really good with that. That's awesome too. And you're sleeping better too? Wow. That's pretty awesome.
Dynasty 031 Vancouver Center today, follow 340.
And I know you've sent some really nice menu, foods, nutrition Dynasty suggestions over to Polyot, who's doing cancer treatments right now. So that's really awesome of you too. So eating healthy with JSG Droid. Clearly that the nutrition side does not have a bad motivator.
Delta 9739 Vancouver Center, Sport Cadet.
Tim Dog is going to fly over to Jax and loading in his United 538. And nothing to worry about here. Passengers are all happy and behaving. I have never seen...
contact Edmonton 135.025.
Never seen, seat back entertainment systems like this in a CRJ.
135.
Doing better, doing really good, Carol. Really doing aggressive treatments, and has gotten some good has gotten some really good results, some test results back. So not out of the woods yet, but better and better.
Over to Edmonton 135.025.
I think that is a wonderful idea. JSG Droid, I think that's great. Yeah.
Oh. 442, contact Kelowna 133.5. Bye-bye. 1335 for West 442, Air Canada 181, Vancouver information, spot shot, altimeter 3001, sign 26.
No, that's a neat idea. I mean, you've had some really good ones there. And, I think that a lot of people... Lovis will share the smash burgers that you make. See, it's good to eat nutrition, super nutritional. It's good to take care of yourself, but every now and then you just need a big old smash burger and eat, right? Just a good old smash burger every now and then makes you smile too. But JSG Droid, let me know how I can help with any of that. I got 2 airplanes ahead of me before we get kicked over to Edmonton. I'm going to guess that those burgers were a...
441, contact Edmonton 135.025, so long.
135.025 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too.
I was going to tell the smashing joke that they were smashing burgers, but we need to contact Edmonton. JSG Droid says, smash burgers are great, just eliminate the bun, especially if you use 80-20 ground beef. Really? What would you do? Would you just put it on a plate and drool some sauce over it, as opposed to putting the hamburger bun on it?
Canada 101, descent of 14,000, the Edmonton altimeter 3001.
Edmonton, good afternoon from Jazz 441, about 26 miles west of Romer with flight level 370.
Jazz 441, Edmonton Center, good evening, say Mach number.
Mach point 80 for Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, roger, maintain Mach decimal 79.
Mach point 79 for Jazz 441. We just got slowed down. Use hash browns in place of that. That's an idea.
Jazz 458 for sequence, turn 30 degrees left.
Gotta slow it down a bit. Low Vis uses 8020 Angus for smash burgers.
WestJet 458.
Calum is in chat for the first time on YouTube. Hi, Calum. Welcome aboard. We're slowing it down to Mach point 79.
30 left for sequence,
Wolfie wants to know if you can still have cheese. JSG Droid says no potatoes, starch is carbs. Well, I would have to do that too. I mean, where do you think I get the inspiration for all the cheesy jokes? Calum is in the Save Center right now. You doing shared cockpit today? Doing a GA flight. Calum, welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today.
I wish the 301, yeah, you filed the L3. You're fine on that. The approach, you'll have to ask the next.
So no potatoes. Bandit MD11, welcome aboard, Bandit. Good to see you and thank you for coming by today. Bandit MD11's in chat. Thank you for stopping on in. We are having a great flight into Edmonton. For once you pronounced your name right, everybody says it wrong. I only got lucky. I'm still not right at Mach point 79. There we go. Now we're slowing it down. Bandit MD11 is making coffee tonight. Probably a good idea.
Edmonton Center,
There we go. Mach point 80. Okay, JSG Droid says that high-fat dairy is great, so cheese, butter, yogurt, any dairy that has no lactose or carbohydrates. No more than half and half, and instead use heavy cream. So no more half and half. So in other words, cheese for your smash burger is entirely okay. Good. So I got way too much. Yeah, love some cheese on the burger too. Okay, so far so good.
American 23, Edmonton Center, thanks for the call. We're all going to be closing up here in a few minutes. You can go back over to advisory.
On the RNP, let's see what our minimums are. Minimums here are 2,695 feet. Let's get that done right now.
WestJet 458, clear direct out.
direct out, WestJet 458.
There's 1,000. Actually, setting the minimums in some of these airplanes is not nearly as big of a pain as it used to be. 2,600, right? 2,695. So there's 30, 40, 50, there's 90. That's probably good. Let's see. I buttered my buns. Does that make it better? Yeah, that could have been taken several ways, couldn't it? If we didn't know what we were, if we didn't know we were talking about smash burgers. Don't count calories, count carbohydrates. Stay 50 grams or less each day, and you'll start to lose weight and gain muscle. Movement is good, so walking helps too. Man, having to sit in a jury box for 2.5 weeks probably didn't help much. Had to go. Mariners fan, welcome aboard. You tripped and fell. How you had a mild concussion. How you doing, Mariners fan? Hope you're doing better. Welcome on in. N1, did you do a meow? I didn't hear one. Irvy took that the wrong way. Yeah, buttered buns. Kind of got to worry about that, right?
300 or greater.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're all set. So you need to start counting carbohydrates. I'm going to guess that basically is you just take a look at the nutrition information on the label is going to help you start counting carbohydrates instead of calories. I'll listen for your meow next time, N1. And thanks for checking in over on YouTube. Just resting today, very sore with bruised arms and sore legs.
Arrivals 120.5 if they haven't given it to you already.
120.5 for Jazz 441. Thank you.
Negative Jazz 441. You stay with me. That's Air Canada 101.
Let's see. Cutting out high glycemic carbohydrates is definitely good, but it's hard. Buttering and grilling the buns for smash burger is a must. I'll start counting carbs next week. So yeah, and just any kind of butter. I've really started enjoying. You know, a couple of years ago, Sibby started. Was teaching me how to make garlic butter, the Greek way, and so I've done that, and that's really good. Carbs turn to sugar, and excess sugar converts to body fat. When you reduce sugar in the body, has to turn to burning fat instead. Eating fat does not get stored in the body. It's burned as energy or eliminated. Buttered toast is banned at MD11 Simple Pleasure. You know, sometimes coffee and buttered toast in the morning is really, really good. Mariners fan, you like to see get up in the chair and start doing the cha-cha. I don't think that would work too well. I know, Wolfie, we get all sorts of cool information here, don't we? We do. It's awesome, and JSG Droid has spent so much time studying this. It's awesome.
Descend on 240 and speed 280 knots in transition. That's your profile.
Okay, we're about 40 miles from our top of descent. Mariners fan, actually, we're doing New Orleans to Houston next. A stealthy food channel, that's a way to do it. Wimmis is back in chat. Welcome back, Wimmis. You have a new puppy? Yeah, I'll bet that does kind of focus your priorities an awful lot, doesn't it, Wimmis? Wolfie says, be ready for a windy arrival in Edmonton. So over here, CYEG ATIS, information Foxtrot. Winds are 160 at 18, gusting to 24. Visibility is 20 miles. Sounds good. We're all set. JSG Droid, I don't think you're doing any preaching. I don't think there's any preaching at all that's going on. JSG Droid, everybody's interested in what you've got to say. And if you're taking the time to type that and put that into chat, we're reading. So thank you. I mean, times are stressful right now. Now it's important to eat a little bit better than you have in the past, I think. But no, absolutely. If you, and I will also mention something. But if you want to do a food and nutrition channel, there is a food channel over there right now. That's mostly for pizza pictures and stuff. But if you want to take that over, or you want something special and have a special name, let me know. I think Polyot would like that idea too, so we'll just go with that. If you cut carbs and sugar, it's amazing how much energy you get. Rhinoplast is in Edmonton. We are. It's matching your trucking schedule today. Rhinoplast, thanks for coming in today.
4000, decalculate altimeter 30, or the Edmonton altimeter 3001.
December 4000, Southwest 561.
West shift 458, descent of 14000, the Edmonton altimeter 3001.
December 4000, 3001. West shift 458.
We should be getting a descent almost immediately too. We were heading to Calgary last time, Rhinoplast. There is really good flying in Canada. And the thing is if you're new to VATSIM, and if you're new...
With the 335 negative, they'll have a handoff in a second, and then you can ask him.
And if you know, this is a great place to start out if you're new on VATSIM, is flying here in Canada.
With the 335, pass your request to Vancouver, Center 1.
JSG Droid is half Italian, not eating sourdough bread, and pizza was hard at first. That's about the only thing that I have a hard time with, is I just enjoy, not a ton of pizza.
441, descend now, maintain level speed 40, and the speed 280 knots or less.
280 knots or less in the descent. We're descending flight level 240, Jazz 441.
Yeah, 2198, coming in.
240, right?
Identified about 30,000 minutes, maintain goal 360. Bridge 121, descending 9,000.
XLT was able to land the Airbus. See, you stick with it like that. That really works well. That works really, really good. So, way to stick with it. Theoden learning flight in the 777 was all right. Missed the glide slope. There's a lot to keep in track of. There's a lot to keep track of, but as you do, you'll do well.
West to 301, you can go to arrival 120.5.
Yeah.
And I'm missing a little chat right now. The airplane's going to keep me a bit busy. And eventually I like to switch over to vertical speed. It's just a little bit easier to do that. Rhinoplast did a landing at Gimli Airport in Manitoba. That 7067 glided in there. That's a pretty famous one. JSG Droid says the trick is to commit to 30 days and see how well you feel and see if you want to continue. Danny VDW is going to call it a night. Danny, thank you for coming in tonight. Danny, thank you for a really nice gift tonight, too. Thank you for the extra support. Always, though, thank you for being such a great Flight Sim friend. Thanks for coming in. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
561, maintain 300 knots or greater until Alpha.
Sorry, Southwest 561, maintain what again, please?
At Southwest 561, it's 300 knots or greater until Alpha, and then slow with the arrival.
Okay, 280, and it's just a descent, so no big deal there. Next flight's in the 777.
I will maintain speed 300.
Oh no, JSG Droid, you did a slice of pizza a month ago at work? Several visits to the bathroom. Oh no. Was it just because you haven't had that in a while and it was up for you, or was it bad pizza? I mean, pizza at work sometimes can be pretty brutal. Sometimes it can be pretty brutal. I think that everything in moderation, you know, a little bit of pizza, if you're going to keep doing that in moderation's just fine.
Southwest 561, connect Edmonton arrival 120.5 today.
120.50, Southwest 561.
You just can't handle it anymore? Really? JSG Droid, no kidding. Uh-oh, pizza and pineapple. Surely we could do pizza and pineapple, right? Touch fast, they said 280, right? 280 and flight level 240. Kirill gets to land in a few minutes. Happy landing.
441, descent at 14,000, the Edmonton altimeter 3001.
3001, continue the descent to 4,000. Foxtrot's aboard for Jazz 441. One 4,000. Wolfie had a 289. Yeah, if it's a gusty approach and stuff like that, if it's a gusty approach, then for sure. And we're gonna slow that down a bit. I need a little throttle. Gotta have a little throttle on that. You stay busy in this airplane. Let's see. Other fruit and stuff on pizza. Some people really can't stand black olives. That makes people a little weird.
120.5.
That's right. It enhances the flavor of a ham. If you're going to have the traditional Hawaiian pizza with ham and stuff, it's really good. You know, with a white sauce or something. You know, a Domino's with pepperoni and pineapple on it is probably a little much for some. Loviz remembers after being starved at Ranger School and getting an overnight break, we went to Dunkin' Donuts and Golden Corral. Do we have to be hospitalized after that? Oh my, well, yeah, I went to Golden Corral once. Never again. In fact, I think we have one that just, it went out of business like 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago or something. And it closed. Tim Dog has peaches on pizza. It was a dessert pizza, so brown sugar and stuff. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts and Golden Corral, and you needed hospitalization. I never realized, though, that there's some that I just can't stand the idea of, you know, black olives on a pizza. Or black olives at all.
Just 441, connect imminent arrival 120.5.
120.5 for Jazz 441. Thanks for the fun VATSIM event. Have a good weekend.
Cheers.
Edmonton arrivals, information. Foxtrot is still aboard. Edmonton, very good evening. Jazz 441 is passing flight level 200 for 14,000 feet with Foxtrot.
Jazz 444. Jazz 441, Roger, center.
Ex-wife did not like black olives. David likes black olives on a pizza. And Wolfie does not like them, but Wolfie's mom does. Chili cheese fries pizza. Bandit, you know, well, the chili part. A chili.
Jazz 441, Edmonton arrival. Good day. 8 Foxtrot, runway 20, altimeter 3001. Land the Arnav Zulu, runway 20 approach.
Arnav Zulu for runway 20, 3001 for the altimeter for Jazz 441.
Southwest 561, speed 250 knots or greater.
250 knots, Southwest 561.
Westjet 458, speed 240 knots or less.
240 or less, Westjet 458.
Jazz 441, speed 240 knots or less.
240 knots or less now for Jazz 441.
Westjet 301, contact Edmonton Tower, 18.3, good day.
Bandit MD just got a little bit of heartburn. I don't eat fruit anymore. All of our fruit's been re-engineered to be way bigger and so much full of sugar. 60 years ago, bananas were small and had seeds.
This is 7,000, Southwest 561.
Westjet 458, descend 8,000.
8,000, Westjet 458.
Jazz 441, descend 9,000.
9,000 now for Jazz 441. And speed's coming down to 240 knots. Okay, so far so good. They did say that
Westjet 458, clear direct
the
dead code.
Zulu. I've got the Yankee loaded in here. At Umba.
Jazz 441, speed 230 knots or less.
230 knots or less for Jazz 441.
Southwest 561, descend 5,000.
Tim Dog is loading in Houston right now. I don't think we're slowing down quite fast enough. Flaps 1. Reversers are armed. Okay.
Westjet 458, descend 7,000.
7,000, Westjet.
It's a little fast on the flaps, but that's good.
Jazz 441, descend 8,000.
8,000 for Jazz 441. We're going to pick up a little speed here. Speed breaks out. I'm a touch high. Low-vis is going to take the Southwest Airlines MAX in for a hobby from New Orleans. It's been a while since we've gotten to do that Southwest MAX thing. Come on, iFly. Come on over to the new flight sim. Free Lethal is back in chat. Hi, Free Lethal. Thank you for coming in. Free Lethal, this is your first event, and well, Houston's always a little scary. Houston's always a little bit scary.
Southwest 561, speed 240 knots or greater.
Thing is, Free Lethal,
240, no, Southwest 561.
you just kind of go with it. The biggest problem that I have is taxi instructions.
Jazz 441, clear direct Dudco, speed, disregard speed.
Dudco, our last speed was 230 knots, Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, right.
Dudco. Tim Dog spotted a moose at Houston. Moose on the loose in Houston. Beware. Why do all the United hubs have ridiculous taxiing? Denver's not ridiculous. Chicago is.
Southwest 56.
Chicago's a freaking mess.
Runway 20 approach, dead code transition.
A total freaking mess.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's more runway than taxiway.
West 458, descend 5,000.
ORD Newark, Dulles isn't bad. San Francisco can be a little kinky. Chicago, yeah. Good old Chicago.
West 458, speed 220 knots or less.
220 left, West 458.
Jazz 441, descend 5,000 feet.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
220
clearance
knots
granted,
and
agent.
5,000
Loyalty
feet now for
noted.
Jazz 441. Somebody just did something nice. Let me set a number here. Make sure I'm not going too fat. Bandit just gifted some subs to the community today. Bandit, thank you, thank you, thank you. Those are so nice. Thank you for some really nice gift subs. It's making such a big difference. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Thank you for being nice to other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub. Thank you so much for coming in and being so nice.
Southwest 561, keep speed up as much as you can.
I'm missing some good, more good nutritional information here.
We'll contact Tower 118 is now 3, Southwest 561.
West 458, speed 220 knots or less until cabin.
Okay, we're 210 knots. Flaps are slowly rolling out, going down to 5,000 feet. Let's come on down here, reset the heading bug. We may have to use that one.
West 458, sorry, just confirming that.
And map down to 5 miles.
West 143, clear direct Andy on course.
Thanks, Bandit MD11. Just Jack is back. Flight level 380. Going to London. Happy landings. Okay, let's do a quick posture check and get ready to do airplane flying.
West 458, speed 190 knots or less.
Speed 190
Here comes
left,
5,000 feet. Want to hold on to 210. So I'm watching my speed as we approach 5,000 feet. We got 1 notch of flaps out there. Just gently touch that up a little bit. And we're direct to Dudco, and all is right with the world. Bugs for landing. VREF is 142. We're going to call it 145. 145.
Jazz 441, speed 200 knots or less.
200 knots or less now for Jazz 441.
West 458, thanks for your help. Hold that speed until on-call. Contact Edmonton Tower 18.3. Good night.
Clear to on-call and we'll call Tower 18.3. Good day, West 458.
Jazz 441, you are number 3 for the approach. You are 7 miles of trail of the 737. Cleared there now Zulu, runway 20 approach, dead code transition, speed 200 knots or less.
230 knots or less cleared for the RNAV Zulu Dudco transition. And number 3 for the runway, Jazz 441.
Westjet 143, Edmonton Center is offline. Surveillance terminates. Morning income 122.8. Climb to cruise at your discretion. Have a good flight.
Wolfie did your first event back in the cockpit, and you're going to lurk for a bit. How was your first event back, though? Everything you'd hoped for? Everything you missed? You missed it a lot. Glad you finally got back home. Okay, looking good there. Let's get our lights ready to go.
Jazz 441, looks like you went past Deadco. Clear direct Gavitt. And by Gavitt, clear the RNAV Zulu, runway 20 approach.
Direct Gavitt now. RNAV Zulu approach for 20. Yeah, we were a little bit over. Jazz 441, thanks.
Jazz 441, no worries. Spacing looks good. Speed your discretion. Contact Edmonton Tower 118.3. Thanks for your help.
0.3 for Jazz 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Getting a little bit slow here. Oh yeah, speed went way down. Gonna have to do this manually. Edmonton Tower, hello there from Jazz 441. Looks like we're number 2 or number 3 for the runway on the RNAV for runway 20.
Jazz 441, Edmonton Tower, good afternoon. Traffic ahead of you should have wheels on the ground. So in that case, winds 120 at 17, gust 23, or clear to land runway 20.
Clear to land, runway 20, Jazz 441.
Westjet 458, welcome to Edmonton. Exit left when able. Contact ground 121.7.
Left when able, Westjet 458.
And what did we say for our speed here? Speed is 142. Let's call it 145. 145. Looking good there. I got an airport. Got a runway. Who needs an autopilot, right? Gear. Need a little bit of drag. Go around? What do we need to go around for? A little bit off to the side here, but still doing okay.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Sim Guy just did a follow. Welcome aboard, Sim Guy. Thank you for coming in today.
Jazz 441, welcome to Edmonton. Exit left 1 able, contact ground 121.1.
Left 1 able, ground point 7. Jazz 441, thanks. Lots of floating going on this particular landing. Lots of I know I slammed it a little bit hard, didn't I? It was a little bit of a slammer landing. 0.7. Edmonton, hello there, Jazz 441. Just exiting runway 20 at, looks like, Bravo 2.
Jazz 441, affirm. Hello again. We'll get you parked over by the Tim Hortons there. So feel right turn Bravo, left turn Victor, apron at your discretion.
Right turn on Bravo, left turn on Victor. The gates are discretion. Thanks for sending us over to Timmy's. Have a great weekend, Jazz 441. Right turn Bravo.
You as well, thanks for flying.
Left turn Victor. I did slam it a little bit. What's the point of landing an external view? So Manaphy, the point of that is I'm live streaming. It looks kind of cool. Yeah, I would have a much better landing if I were to stay inside the cockpit and concentrate. So if I'd stay in the cockpit and concentrate, it'd be great. But it looks kind of cool right now, and so, want to, look kind of cool. So that's why I'm going out of the cockpit, Manaphy. I will stay in the cockpit for our flight into Houston. Okay, everything looks good there. Didn't get my flaps all the way out, so boy, did we come in a little hot too. I could have gone around, but I don't want to be late for New Orleans and Houston. Don't want to be late for New Orleans and Houston. Left on Victor, and off to the gate we go. Hey, we didn't scratch the paint or anything. My guess is, though, the landing was a little hard. 399. That's not so bad. 399, but oh my gosh, did we float all over the place. Probably because I came in so fast and didn't have the proper flap configuration out there yet. So that would have been a thing too. But the passengers are very interested in getting to Tim Hortons, so there you go. Aurora, YEG ground. There's our ground controller. Hey, Aurora. Thank you for coming on in today. It was nice, ATC. What a great VATSIM event. This was a good crossfire. Vancouver and Edmonton. It was just the right distance for a good flight for sure. Looked like there were a couple of stops along the way. So, no, really nice today, Aurora. Thank you. And there's that WestJet that just came in. Looking good over here. How about if we just go grab this so we can get going to Houston?
Subscriber confirmed.
JSG Droid just gifted a sub to Aurora, to ground control at YEG here in Edmonton. Hey, JSG Droid, thanks for being nice to me, but thanks for being nice to ground control and the fun VATSIM event too. Now you've got all sorts of things. And parking brakes. Parking brakes are good. Stop squawking. Didn't get the APU started. I think I got the flap open though. So that's good. Go to aircraft. Let's see. We could probably put some chocks in and get a ground power cart connected. And we can punch that in, and with ground power, now we could go ahead and shut this down now. So that takes care of those. And with ground power, we don't have to have the APU running and still have power on the plane. Nose light, beacons, seat belts. We're done with the fuel booster pumps, and the APU will keep things open. Doors, stairs, and grab a jetway. There goes the door, there goes the jetway. Passengers are happy, and we're right down by the Tim Hortons, so there's going to be good food. Again, this is a really good flight. And if you're new on VATSIM, you know, and you're just getting your first few flights in you, these kinds of events in Canada, especially when they're not just jammed with airplanes, they really are great events if you're new. Because the controllers here are really, really nice. They're patient. One of the important things to do if you are new is to put in your remarks in your flight plan that you're new to VATSIM. And if you do that, I think that that's something that'll kind of help them out and help you out as well too. But Canada is a great place if you're brand new and just getting started on VATSIM. And we made it at a really, really nice airport here in Edmonton. Let's go to Nolans here. So thanks to the CRJ, a great little airplane. Boy, look at the length of the jetway here. There's like 1, 2, 3 jetways on this one gate. That must be where the commuters are. I'm going to be departing as a cargo, Kirill. So you depart as a passenger jet unless you're going to be cargo. I'm going to go down to the FedEx terminal. And let's go ahead and quit to desktop. And that should be good. Aurora confirms it for us. There it is. So that's one of the commuter ramps. Yeah, when you see like 3 jetways attached to the same gate, that's kind of what you get there, right? All right, here we go. We already know the airport. We already know the runways. This was a great event. It really was. And it looks like we got full ATC here. We already know runways in Houston. Let's go on down to Nolans. And all of this looks good. Southwest Flight Run 20 is already at the gate. United 1338's at the gate too. I'm going to go over here to FedEx Land. I'm sure that they need some Wilson volleyballs in Houston. Let's do a new flight. So FedEx FDX. We're going to go from KMSY, Nolans, KIAH, Houston Intercontinental Airport. And we're going to want a Boeing 777 freighter. The 777 is an incredible one. Loviz is flying that Southwest flight today. And Loviz is about ready to push and start. Runway 20 and runway 8 right. Was that what we said we thought we were going to get here? Yeah, 20. What about Houston? I thought we were expecting... I was planning 8 left in Houston. Yeah, I'm going to put 8 left in because they usually put the cargoes up there. So that looks good. This is a bigger VATSIM event. I say we board 30 minutes of extra fuel just in case. 30. Okay. And that looks good. Let's go and create the flight. Manafee reminds us, yes, the A306 is a good cargo plane. That's the first one that I flew today. And it is a really good little cargo airplane too. The thing to remember about the Airbus A306, it's an older Airbus. So I like to call it, you know, the autopilot and stuff, it's old and cranky. It doesn't fly like a newer Airbus. So you need to be ready for that. Okay, this looks good. Let's do flight level 340. That sounds about right for a flight like this. Put that in chat. Filed. Great. Let's go. And this is a bigger VATSIM event though, Kirill. I know you're kind of new with all of this. You really ought to think more as opposed to being in the gate close to me. You ought to probably think closer to what's your airplane that you know the best and be ready for that one. That's what you're going to need. Tim Dog was going to fly the 737-900. So you're going to switch to the 738. Was there like an update or something? Okay, let me go and grab, I'll put my flight plan over in chat for you. Okay, let's put that in. And I've also got Control C, Control V. Loviz, excited to be back in the MAX. Whip took the MAX to Skardu. Oh, really? Well, I'm going to imagine that that was probably a good flight for Captain Whip. That's it. I mean, you need something nice and agile like that. You're going to try the Beluga. I would try another Airbus. Good land. Well, of course, Captain Whip's going to do that. Captain Whip's a real captain. So there you go. And especially at Skardu and stuff like that, it's sort of like, okay, this is just a fun challenge. Okay, Dustin is flying Denver to Cancun today. You're going to go through Fort Worth and Houston Center? Oh, you'll be fine. Sneaking through a big VATSIM event like that, Dustin, is no big deal at all. You'll do that without any trouble. Yeah, Tim Dog, troubleshooting, this is a fun event to fly on, for sure. KMSY. New Orleans. And FedEx is down here. Nobody appears to be there. Let me just do a refresh. Yeah, Kirill, this is a big event. That's the smart move to make. It really is. Start. When it's a big event, you know, when you're going to be jammed in with a lot of airplanes, one of the things that you definitely want to do is, take the airplane that you're most familiar with and that you can just rock around the skies, because ATC is going to be moving you around a lot. And I think somebody just hit a follow button over on YouTube. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. And there's our very big panda bear. And we'll just kind of let the sim kind of catch up and breathe a bit. Hop into the cockpit and start VATSIM. And then this airplane takes a little bit of time to start up too. There we go. And connect. This is an FDX. We are a B77. It's an L. It's a freighter, but it's a 777L. And we should see low vis in the 737 MAX over there. Just coming out of the gates. Right above there, I think. Dad, game time. Yeah, if you're going to fly this one, you need the Panda plane. Because, you know, unbearable cuteness is important. Okay, so in this airplane, I do parking brakes off, throttles all the way down, make sure it's in Boeing mode. Yep, that looks good. I have speed brake. I've got, that looks good. And parking brakes off, chocks should be in place. Let's go to ground. Yep, chocks are in place. Let's do the rest of this. Rudder pedals, yoke, and the tiller. Good. So all of that looks good. Ground power is in. I'm going to go to ground service vehicles, request stairs, and we'll request the side cargo. There's stairs and side cargo. Bear is doing the FedEx and the PMDG 777. I'm gonna, there will be a phone number to call if I have cute panda bears on the plane. Okay, all of that looks good. Let's go to electronic flight bag, and chances are I'm gonna have to go and put my data in again. Yeah, I gotta do this every time. I don't know what it is that I'm not saving correctly, but this will just take a second. Look outside and check to see if there's any showers or thunderstorms out there. Okay, let's see. I need my Hoppy ACARS, and Hoppy ACARS is here. And I need my SimBrief alias. And be sure and change your ATC network to Hoppy. Sorry, I can't show you this. It's got passwords. And save preferences. And I'm going to just do it again because there's something that's not saving here and it's getting old. Okay, I did it twice this time. So we'll see if that has any value. Come on back in. Menifee, I think there's one person that is going there. Okay, now let's come over here and data from SimBrief. Either that or you have no flight plan. Okay, look outside one more time. Sorry. It wasn't correct. I forgot a letter. Okay. Third time's a charm, right? Hey, that actually worked. And I think we got a clearance. We did. We got that. So this is good. Departure. All right. Now, once I get this in, because this airplane takes a while to start. I mean, all the computers in this thing, it takes a while to start up. So come up here, do your battery. Do ground power. Let's come on down here and do nav lights. Let's do no smoking. Let's come up here and do windshield heaters, arm the emergency exit lights, and turn on the ADARU. So we got all of these things on. And then it takes a while before all your monitors come up. So now what we do is come in and do charts. Oh, Bear, you're saying the FedEx and PMDG. I actually don't have, I don't think I ever got the 777 from Flight Factor. I do have the one for PMDG and it's great. Okay, chart time. Departure, MSY. So, airports. We'll just get the airport chart. Change it to night. And that looks good. We're over here at FedEx. SIDS, I don't think they really have any SIDS here at MSY, so do I have to worry about that. Coming into Houston. What did we get on that flight? Over here. It's the nice to arrival. The nice arrival? The nice arrival. Okay. Nice to. And that brings us in here. My guess is we're going to be on 8 left, so we got to make sure that that transition loads in. All sorts of sounds are firing off in this airplane as it starts up. Okay, I'm expecting 8 left. But I'm also going to pin the chart in for 8 right and runway 9 because all of those are active and you never know if they're going to kick you over to another one. So if you've got all your charts there, it just means you're even ready to go, even more ready to go. Okay, here's airport info. And this is really all that we need. I don't think that there's any gate information for cargo up here. Okay, so we're good to go there. All of our charts are now aboard. Go to pinned. So airports, we have both of our airports. We have no SID, we have a star, and we have all the runways that they could give us. So all of that is perfect. That will make them happy campers. And if you look over here now, we've got lights, we've got all the lights on in the monitors so we can actually do airplane things. So we're going to go to FMC. And it's internal position time. Reference airport is KMSY, Nolans, KMSY. I don't really have a gate number. We're over at FedEx Cargo. So page 2, grab a GPS position. And look at that over there. That is pretty close to what we need. And go to our route. Route request. MSY to IAH. And it takes a little bit of time to load. Our alternate today is Austin. Now we can set the payload. Airplane's loaded. Clear it. Fuel. We're fueled. Route. This takes some time. Click it and wait. Dustin, took your advice to update your nav data from the EFB and the 777. Never would have figured that out. Yeah, that's a little bit different. Usually they want Navigraph. You need to go over and update your Navigraph from the Navigraph hub. I think it's a heck of a lot more convenient to do it this way and really like doing it this way. So, but you know, you had to read a bunch of stuff to know about that. Let's load our flight. And it loads. Route 1 uplink is loading. And we're going to see a few other things pop in there too. Manaphy is going to lurk for a while. All right, so that looks good. Let's look at just page 2. That's it. That's our flight plan. Activate. Execute. We did get a clearance, PDC, departure, destination, MSY, JPEG nice, altitude 340, squawk is. No SID, climb tower, assigned heading, then filed. Maintain 4,000, expect blah, blah, blah. Departure is ramp on control, push and start. Eyes all on us. Pilot's discretion. We're good to go. All right, so that looks good. Let's do departure and arrival first. It's going to be runway 20. Execute. We'll put in an arrival. Arrival. Let's see. JSG Droid, I give up again on 2024. I'm down to low settings in 5 different airports. Takeoff and landings are between 5 and 10 FPS. It's hard to keep the plane on the runway. And that's in the Phoenix, which is a really well-optimized airplane. You know what? You've given Flight Sim 2020 your best. I think at this point in time, it's just time to leave it alone until, like you said, your new stuff comes in and you just do that. Because the rest of it, it's just been way too frustrating. And you've been away from your plane too long. Coming in at JPEG and Gusher and Macau, I don't know. Let's look and see. Gusher or Macau? I bet it's Gusher, which connects to the star. No, it's cassette. So if we come up on the north side of the airport, it's Gov and cassette. Well, let's go with Gusher since we're on the north side of the airport, but obviously we're going to be vectored at that point. Bear has got meatloaf tonight, and 40 is back in Chow. Why does everybody pronounce Phoenix as Phoenix? That's the way I think that they pronounce their company's name, 40. That's the one I've always known it as. Okay, all that looks good. Route and performance. Accept it. Although we're going to go to flight level 340. That looks good. Over on the flight plan, our zero fuel weight should be 518.6, 518.7. 518.7 is correct. All of that looks good. Thrust limit time. Loviz says that and Loviz is in the iFly 737 Max, the best sounds in flight sim. Just the startup sounds on that airplane are really, really good. Just the startup sounds in that airplane are awesome. Runway 20, import, numbers. Takeoff rating is -1 and 37 degrees. D rating -1 and 37 degrees. Takeoff. Flaps 5. Center of gravity should be 26.7. It is. Speeds. 150, 155, 161. 150, 155, and 161. 161 goes up here. That looks good. Foxtrot has been dozing. Hey, nothing like dozing. Tim Dog likes the Boris sounds in the 737. That's really good too. Captain Whip, welcome aboard. Got to watch Captain Whip do that flight into Skardu. Loviz says that Captain Whip buttered the landing in Skardu, which is not an easy approach. It's all visual, and boy, is it a lot of fun. Welcome in, Captain Whip. I hope you had a good time on that early morning event. They don't usually do stuff at that airport on VATSIM, so it's always cool when they do that. We're done with side cargo. Let's do that. I'm going to flip on the old APU now. APU's coming up. Back door's closed. Foxtrot's going to sleep. Am I going to push and start almost immediately? Captain Whip says Loviz saved the day on that approach. Foxtrot, have a great evening. Bravo Yankee Echo. Have a good evening. Thanks for being here. Taking our big 777 on this flight. I think we can go ahead and close the door. We don't need anything else. There goes the main door. That all looks good. Everything's clear there. They're still closing the big door though. And that's closed too. Arm all the doors. Doors are armed. Ground connections. So we should have chocks and ground power, and that's it. Here in beautiful downtown Nowlands, the altimeter is 3001. 3001. We did get an initial climb clearance of 4,000 feet. It's going to be runway heading off the runway. No SID departures here in New Orleans. So runway heading. In New Orleans for runway 20 is 196. There we go, 196. I've got the altimeter set. That's my cue to turn on my flight directors. Flight directors going on. We did get a squawk code. We probably ought to squawk. Otherwise, ATC will be upset. 4671. 4671. Cool. That looks good. And everything looks good there. Let's do the checklist on this airplane. This is my third airplane today. I'm going to forget something. Oxygen. Oxygen's good. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter are set. Parking brakes are not set. Parking brakes are now set. And that checklist is complete. Low vis, that was the fastest landing speed that low vis has ever landed. Oh, the flight into Skardu? Wing flex in the 777 is amazing. Captain Chris is calling it a night. There is a big hockey game for tomorrow. It's for the championship. Go whatever team you're going for, Captain Chris. Good luck on that. I hope it's, hope you get that championship game. That'll be fun. Okay, supernumerary
Subscriber
signs.
confirmed.
Love that sign.
Top clearance granted.
Supernumerary
Loyalty
signs. That goes in. Captain Butters is back. Hey, Captain Butters. Welcome back in. Captain Butters been here for 47 months. Thanks for coming by today. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. We have got a really nice Boeing 777 here today. We're in New Orleans flying into Houston. In Central or South America, low vis is going to be the one to ask about Central and South American hubs. All right, mode control panel is set. Takeoff speeds rotate at 155. The CDU is good. Trim is not set. So let's go ahead and do right electric, center electric, and I'm going to do my fuel pumps just right now so I don't forget them. And our trim is supposed to be 4.25. There's 4.25. That's set. Trim is set. Taxi and takeoff briefing got totally blown apart. I'm going to turn on the beacon. Everything else is good up here. Let's go ahead. APU is up. Ground power goes off. And let's come over here and do ground ops. Ground power release. Ground power is released. Parking brakes are on. Chocks are gone too. And let's call ourselves a pushback truck. Here comes the tug. Push-in starts on us. And let's see. MSY ground is 121.9. 121.9. There we go. And over here in cargo land, we can push. So parking brakes are going off. And away we go. Starting engine 1 while we push. And our really, really big cargo plane's doing a good push. Free Lethal made it off the... It's very different flying in an event. But it seems probably a little crazy, but I will tell you that is part of the challenge of being a real airplane pilot. As you're doing these kinds of events, that's the real challenge for you.
Let's get 21, 24, runway 20, taxi Echo Sierra, hold short runway 11 at Sierra.
And I think we got rid of that. Good start on engine 1, starting 2. India's aboard.
Bearing 3801, contact 0 departure 1515, contact.
I thought I picked that up. Loviz says use this, select cargo routes by carrier plane type, and you will see the airports. No, that's a great resource. Thanks, Loviz. And we really should have the engines up over here. Monitoring oil. If all of a sudden one of the oil quantity numbers starts going down very, very quickly, you will end up having, that's an oil leak. And jet engines get oil leaks. There is a moose on frequency. Another moose on the loose. And looks like a good start on engine number 2. After takeoff, after start items, APU's going off. Flaps are going to be 5. RTO. Cancel recall. The only thing I should have is TCAS and after start checklist. Anti-ice, don't think we need that. Recall's done. Flight controls, we're going to do those. Ground gear is groovy. So let's do flight controls. And trim is set correctly. Elevators. Rudder, ailerons, and all of that looks good too. That checklist is done. Next checklist is before takeoff. Flaps is good. That checklist is done as well. It's time to go. Over here, nose lights going on. Parking brakes are going off, and we're going to come to the end of the road here, and that's when we'll call in for taxi. So we're basically going to say holding short of Echo at FedEx Land with information India. Nolan's ground. Hello there from FedEx 441 approaching taxiway Echo here at FedEx Land with information India requesting taxi.
FedEx 441, good evening. Thank you for India. Squawk mode Charlie, please.
Mo Charlie for FedEx 441. How embarrassing. I have forgotten my squawkage. Always embarrassing when you forget to squawk. Yep, we're transponder. Okay, there's the line.
FedEx 441 Heavy, thank you, runway 20, taxi via right on Echo, Sierra, short of 11 at Sierra.
Hold short of 11 at Sierra, right turn at Echo and Sierra for FedEx 441.
National Airport information, Juliet, now carrying the oil, very street here,
Okay, look over here. So what I've done, CL13, I've done something a little bit unusual. One of the things that I've got is, so I have the WinWing Airbus side stick. That's what I use for my joystick, which does have a hat switch in it. So what I do is for the hat switch, for looking left and right, it works like a traditional joystick hat switch. So as we come on up here, you can see as we taxi on down, I can look right, I can look left, but guess what? I can't look up or down with the hat switch. That is my trim, because sometimes you need to be able to trim while you're flying the airplane, and that's the only place that I can set up a trim button. And I don't miss not being able to look up and down, but that's where I do it. And that's the way it works for all my airplanes, is that hat switch. And like I said, it works good. I can't look up or down. If I were flying combat or something like that, that wouldn't be really good. Yeah, I can. So here we are in the cockpit. If I want to look up, that's all I have to do to look up. Or I've also got quick view sets to look up like that too. So I'm good to go either way. And we're going to hold short at Sierra. Not really. I like my side stick. The side stick is great. Plus, it's a side stick. If I have to get a yoke, it's going to be right in the middle, right here. Well, I'm also not just flying. I've got live stream stuff going on. I've got to change the title. I've got to go do this. I got to go do that. I just don't have the space, really. I could make it, but right now I got my live stream stuff just right there. Side sticks there. Throttles are there. It couldn't be better. See, like Bear just said, I totally forgot to set Volanta. See? So there you go. Also, you know, I don't have to move a bunch of stuff around, which is nice to do too. Not having to move stuff around is nice on the desk. Thunder is right about, yeah, some of those yokes can be pricey. And I would just as soon maybe spend stuff on other things. I would just as soon spend it on some other stuff. No reason to go super fast. We're probably, you know, there's a lot of planes going into Houston right now. Minimum takeoff fuel is 37,600 pounds. I have 47,300 pounds. We got more than enough fuel. Bear says, let's go Oilers. Really?
FedEx 441, Abbey Cross, runway 11 at Sierra.
Clear to cross 11 at Sierra. FedEx 441, thanks. Look over there first. Nobody's coming. Look over there. And around we go. This really is a well done airplane. It's a lot of fun. Absolutely enjoy doing cargo runs in it too. The passenger planes are nice and stuff, but I don't know what it is right now, just having a blast with cargo runs with this. David, though, David AS Gaming likes the feel of your yoke. Probably will never use it again and keep the stick. It's too bulky and there's no room for the keyboard and the mouse. That's the big problem with those yokes. Really do like them, but still, they take up so much room and just as soon. Plus the other thing is, you know, as I'm flying around and stuff like that, there's an awful lot of things that I can do in the cockpit without even looking. You know, if I've got to go and, oh my gosh, I got to take over the plane, I can just reach over, hit the red button, disconnect the autopilot, and we're good. And I don't even have to look at it. So it's nice to have my sim cockpit set up like that, especially while we're doing, you know, the live stream and while we're doing busy VATSIM events, while we're changing, you know, hats to the Boeing hat, that sort of deal. Okay, before takeoff checklist is good, we're all ready to go. We are going to do VNAV off the runway and heading hold. We are taxiing at about 14 knots right now. That's actually pretty good. As opposed to, you know, super duper fast. Let's go ahead and do Terra now, otherwise I'll forget. Let's see. Approach is 125.5.
Oh, ground, American 504. We hold the short period.
American 504, counts in the your departure 125.5.
125.5, American 5.
Very fine.
Kirill has departed, and I've got an American up here. Okay. We are picking up a little bit of speed. Now 16 knots over the ground.
Thanks. 441 Heavy contact here. Departure 1555.
1255 for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend. Bear, welcome in. Isn't that the spy flight? I don't know who this American is. All ready to go. Because I'm flying Southwest, and I'm actually trying not to be quite so. Trying to not be so crazy on the taxiway. You know, taxi like a pro, fly like a pro. Well, my panel is an Airbus panel. So in the Boeings, I just use the mouse for dials and stuff. Nolan's departure, hello there, FedEx 441, holding short of runway 20, fully ready.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Nolan departure, hello.
Nolan's, here we go. That being said, maybe when if there's an end to the trade wars and stuff, you know, and the economy gets a little bit better, I think that one of the things I might do is take a look at the WinWing autopilot and FMS for this airplane, because I like it a lot. Finn Zippo should go to bed, but you're in the movies. Oh, you're playing. Finn Zippo, it's 3 a.m. Do you have to get up early tomorrow? Do you get to sleep in? Take it easy? If you don't have to get up early, you get to stay up as late as you want. There goes that American. Cambo's got to go to bed soon. You got to be up at 3:30 to go to work for the Indy 500. Cambo, what do you get to do for the? What are you doing for the race? Monday's back to work for Finn Zippo soon. Lovis just hit top of descent. You're kidding, really? Lovis, it seems like you just departed. You didn't hit that warp.
441 Heavy, runway 20, line up and wait.
20, line up and wait. FedEx 441 Heavy. You didn't hit the warp drive button, did you? Or is that just something that I do when I'm in Jack's airspace? Cambo, you're going to direct traffic? Oh my gosh, Cambo. Probably a bunch of crazy people that think they're race car drivers and think they know what they're doing, right? Safety first, Cambo. Good luck with that.
504, radar contact, say altitude.
Altitude.
1,500, 504.
Again, 504, thank you. Turn right heading 270, clock maintain 10, 10,000 next day.
Right 270 up to 10,000, American 504.
Lights. Everything's ready to go there. Heading select ready to go. Heading select is good. We're ready for flying time. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Cambo, that they did. There is our 777 all ready to go. 3 cheers to the...
441 Heavy, the wind is 180 at 5, fly runway heading, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20 clear for takeoff. After takeoff, it's runway heading for FedEx 441. Throttles up. Auto thrust. El Clocko. Set. Knots.
American 504, turn right heading 325, Clementine 15, 15,000.
Rotate.
325, 15,000, American 504.
Positive climb, gear. So long, Nolans.
FedEx 441 Heavy, radar contact, say altitude.
FedEx 441 is passing 1,500.
FedEx 441 Heavy, thank you, Clementine 10, 10,000.
10, 10,000 for FedEx 441. AP. Flaps. Flaps. Ooh, nice view. Is that James Bond going through one of those Louisiana bayous on the speedboat? Pirate Dakota, yep, we have got Air Panda today. Hi, Pirate Dakota. We sure do. Thanks for coming by. I know. What? No, you. I don't.
FedEx 441 Heavy, turn right heading 270, Clementine 15,000.
Now 15,000. The new heading is 270 for FedEx 441 Heavy.
Yeah, 1381, did you copy that?
But no, you should. If you're flying on VATSIM, you'll see a 737 because of model matching.
Yeah, 1381, affirmative.
After takeoff checklists, landing gear, flaps, checklist is done. Why does it feel like there's more ATC than pilots? Oh no, there's definitely more pilots. There's definitely more pilots. If you look at the bottom of the VATSIM map, you can see there's 1,027 pilots, there's 129 ATC. Okay, looking good here. Looking good there.
American 504, contact Houston.
I'm going to go to VNAV now.
Oh, to Houston Center 13217, American 504.
13217 is next. Coming up on 10,000 feet, landing lights. Off, 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 off. Nose light, off. Supernumerary signs to seatbelts. It's quite a big word to have in a cockpit, right? Supernumerary signs. Nice flight, lots of ATC. Sounds like they might be in this. I think it's one of those ATC parties, you know, that the VATSIM controllers sometimes do. They all get together, buy a ton of pizza, have a bunch of computers, and everybody controls together. I think it's one of those kinds of things. Security man, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome on in.
FedEx 441 Heavy, contact Houston Center 132.17. Good night.
132.17 for FedEx 441. Thanks for the fun event. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you as well.
13217, Houston. I don't know why I keep saying it like they did in Rollerball. Houston, the energy city with Jonathan E.
American 504, contact Houston Center 134.425 today.
That's right. Yeah, Widget Warrior. This and they probably have the plane with the Panda Bear on the side to do that. Houston, hello there from FedEx 441 Heavy. We are climbing 12,000 for 15.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Houston Center, hello. Flight Arc JPEG, climbing tape level 230.
Flight level 230, we are direct to JPEG. Better than a ping for FedEx 441. Don't want to do any of those pings. We only want to go to JPEGs, right? No pings, JPEGs. Maybe some GIFs. But yeah, my guess is that this might even actually be the Panda plane that they do fly the Pandas in. I'm not sure. My guess is they have, all sorts of things that they put in the plane for the Pandas. A bamboo bar, because the Pandas eat bamboo. And the Pandas probably get to watch Yogi Bear cartoons.
FedEx 441, contact Houston Center 133.8, good day.
133.8 for FedEx 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
You too.
133.8. Cool. Lovis says there's actually 2 Panda deliveries.
The last vector sequence, Houston, traffic 11 o'clock, 10 miles opposite direction. The 727.
Bear, I'm not sure what the what you're asking on that. I would imagine if you purchased the PMDG 737s, you'll see them in OC3. If you haven't, they're probably grayed out.
American 683, traffic 11 o'clock, 7 miles opposite direction, Boeing 737, flight level 340.
Now we're looking for American 683.
There's a moose.
350, turn 30 degrees left.
I hear a moose on the loose.
Houston, and maintain Mach 0.74.
Altimeters?
We'll maintain Mach 0.74 and turn 30 degrees to the left, up to the 350.
Cambo, good night to you. Good luck. Stay safe on directing traffic. See you next time.
Giant 8088, climb and maintain for level 290.
Single engine taxi, Tim Dog, smart move.
United 70 has traffic inside off our 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's 2078, right? Somebody else going?
Houston, FedEx 441 passing 19,000 for flight level 230.
FedEx 441 Houston Center, correct to Gurley, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Flight level 320, we are direct Gurley for FedEx 441.
Triple 990 Houston Center, rider maintain.
Houston has 102 arrivals right now. See why it's always important to take an airplane that you know how to fly?
There's Mike Delta, contact Houston Center 132.
So that you can fit your airplane in with all those other ones.
Giant 8088, climb and maintain, flight level 310.
Love flying during the daylight right now. Seriously, really, really good. And we're about ready to hit our top of climb. We are 299 miles out of
FedEx
Houston.
441 turn 20 degrees left, vector sequence.
20 degrees to the left for FedEx 441. So that's 262, 252, 242. Have to do the math. Lovis is coming in over Galveston Island.
JetBlue 998
It's not dark outside. It's a beautiful. It's not dark. It was dark where you are, Kirill. I'm just loving flying the airplane right now like this. 20 degrees to the right means you have to kind of do the math to figure out what that is.
Yeah, they're 419, kind of Houston Center 132.17.
take that frequency for United 419?
United 419, connect Houston 132.17.
132.17 for United 419. United.
Okay, Delta 715, connect Houston 132.17.
I think we're in good shape.
Giant 8088, climb maintain, level 330.
33888.
And we're going to flight level 320. And nothing else to worry about. I think we're all set. Now we just have to figure out which runway they're going to give us. We've got all 3 charts loaded in the over here in Chartland. So all of these are here and all ready to go. And let's go ahead and just use this to kind of track us right now.
Springs 301, maintain Mach 0.77. United 278, maintain Mach 0.77.
Mach 77, United 278.
Now it's sort of like, okay, running through, because this is the 3rd flight. It's like, okay, what have I forgotten now? Okay, everything's good up here. We shut down the APU. The lights are good. All the hydraulics are good. All the fuel pumps are good. And all the other things are just on right now. I need to go and do maintenance on the A319. My Air Berlin A319 needs new brakes.
Southwest 3102, we're passing 13.
I discovered that on the last flight.
Southwest 31.
So we got to be sure you do that. You have to replace brakes and stuff.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
I think Loose Cat just came in with a nice resup. Hey, Loose Cat, thank you. Loose Cat has been here for 9 months. Thank you for a resub. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on, and thanks for coming back into the chat, saying hi.
Houston 34.42.
Good to see you. Thank you for the extra support.
United 419 negative, you didn't. 132.17, 3217.
132.17, we'll try again for United 419.
Giant 8088, climb and maintain, fall level 350.
Getting closer, but 350.
Getting closer.
Yeah, that should look good there.
Getting closer. Thank you so much, Loose Cat. Is Nice 2 going to be an RNAV approach? I believe you're going to get an ILS approach, but it's Nice 2 is an RNAV arrival. So basically, it's waypoint, 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 waypoint on the Nice arrival. And we're going to be coming in over here at JPEG and Gurley. Oh, it's Nancy. It's not Nice. I thought it was the Nice arrival. It's Nancy. Okay. And there's flight level 320. And this should kick us out of climbing into cruise.
Link, 793.
Spirit Wings 301, maintain 29ers or not. There are 3 Mike Echo transition at a 29ers or not.
Alright, 290s in transition, 73 Mike Echo. You still want public speeds at link, or?
We're going to probably stop it. We filed for 3-4. We're going to stop at 3-2.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Mikey's
granted.
back. Hey, Mikey.
Noted.
How's the session going? This class session. Welcome in, Mikey. Thanks for the support. Thank you for a really nice resub.
Eastern Center, kilometer maintained, follow
Thank you for 43 bucks. It's a 3-day weekend. Oh my gosh, you might even have time to fly your airplane.
2078, correct to link, descend via the Nancy to arrival, the altimeter 2994.
Thank you for the resub, Mikey. Welcome on in. Mikey is taking the 777-200 into Houston. Are you doing this flight right now? There's like 115 airplanes coming here. Mikey's coming in from Atlanta. Extra jet fuel from the Volcano Burger place in Atlanta.
Triple 990, fly heading 240, vector sequence Houston.
It sounds like they're really busy. Mikey, thanks again for the nice resub.
88 climb.
I hope it's a really good session and the students are good and aren't driving you nuts.
You actually, Giant 88,
we can sit back and actually chill for just a little bit here. 70 miles to top of descent.
No, I mean, you have like 20 miles or like 15, 20 miles between the guys.
We could do an ADA's request.
2085, what's your Mach number?
IAH. I want VATSIM, weather, auto, and send it.
Giant 8088.
Really handy to go and get your ADAS like this.
Okay, so I mean, you don't exceed Mach 0.79 here.
Mikey, probably it's been taking a little bit of an indefinite break lately.
Don't exceed 0.79 and all features.
Okay. And now we'll just wait for new messages. And all this looks...
United 1361, do not exceed
I think
Mach
we're good.
78 sequence.
Do not exceed Mach... We're at Mach 0.81.
United 1361, do not exceed Mach 0.78.
Manaphy has more departures in Atlanta than Houston at Jax. Usually a lot... Jacksonville to Atlanta seems to be, you know, one of those regular... I mean, that was Lovis's main training mission when it first started. That's just a good short run that a lot of people like.
119.62. United 1076, published speeds, connect Houston 119.62.
Wonder if we're going to get to do anything soon. We've been...
Bearings 301, published speeds.
We've been 20 degrees to the right for a while now.
United 740, Houston Center Route.
I wonder if they're starting to do one of the little waiting queues.
Until scaled and published speeds.
Well, we're direct link, so we can do normal speeds at link 7 through Mike Echo.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 3 Mike Echo, just maintain 290, so how slow are you doing that?
290, 7 through Mike Echo.
My bad.
Lovis is already on final.
American 683, connect Houston 132.17.
Wow, you just kind of zipped right on in there, Lovis. Did you have to turn 20 degrees to the right or anything like that?
13217 for American 683.
Moose flight.
Houston Center Orca 1621, direct White Lake at 14,000.
Bearings 2085, resume normal speed. Bearings 2085, normal speed.
Normal speed, 2085.
2994.
normal speed.
Normal speed, yeah, 2088.
United 1361, normal speed. United 1361, normal
And
speed.
minimums, let's try and crank those in right now.
1754. Yeah, United 1361, resume normal speed.
General Microsoft, what does terrain level of detail really do?
Bearings 301, connect Houston 13, or correction, 119.62.
That is basically the level of detail that you see depending upon how high up you are.
Southwest 350.
Tim Dog has heard Lovis is cleared to land. I'm sure that somebody's going to come into chat with a much better explanation than I do. I think I've got mine up to about 150 right now, Mikey, for terrain level of detail. 294.
South 350, descend via the Nancy to arrival. The Intercon altimeter 2994 and maintain Mach 0.78 or greater now.
We'll descend via the Nancy to arrival, and we'll maintain Mach 0.78, Southwest 350.
Houston 7, Southwest 1691, 18 dot.
294. That's correct.
Climbing 350.
Cool. Low Vis says you're going to be a little bit crabby if you're. Oh, you're going into hobby. Low Vis is that's why.
Houston Center,
There's probably not nearly the number of arrivals into hobby tonight.
350, Southwest 1681.
Tim Dog is finally departing out of Houston. You got your issues done?
X-ray.
Right on.
Stand by. Let me get your hand out real quick, then you can quick check on.
Chris, stand by.
Center, hello United, 275, level at 160.
Yeah, 275, Houston Center, climb and maintain, level 3.
Okay, nothing else to do here. Airplane is in good shape.
09 X-ray, contact Houston 132.17.
Okay, all that looks good. So Tim Dog, I didn't realize there were a bunch of issues that you were trying to fight to get out of the gate.
FedEx 441, correct to link, maintain. You in correct to link FedEx 441?
We're direct to link FedEx 441.
JetBlue 990, correct to link. And I just maintain level 340 now. That lower in a minute.
Center, good evening, United 1881, 15,000 for 16.
United 1881, Houston Center, climb and maintain, level 310.
Direct link. P.S. Morandi just arrived in. Welcome aboard, P.S. Morandi. Perfect timing.
132.17.
Houston 3217.85.
Giant 8088, connect Houston 132.17.
132.17, 8088.
United 1361, connect Houston 132.17.
152.17, United 1.
Good evening, United 538.
Tip Dog.
FedEx 441, maintain Mach 0.76, sequence Houston.
Mach 0.76 now for FedEx 441.
South,
Holy moly, look at us crank the speed back. Mach 0.76. Low Vis says, holy gusty approach, Batman. And that was going into hobby, so probably a little gusty here too.
There's your Mike Echo, published speeds at link, contact approach 119.62. Have a good day.
196, published speed at link 729.
I bet we're going to do 1196.
United 2078, resume published speed.
Published speed, United 2078.
Here we go. Top of descent in about 20 miles. Loose Cat says that the winds are 150 at 19. Kirill, yes, you should not have to worry about that. You chat when you can. You've got to concentrate. This is one of your first big events, isn't it?
723.
Here's Tim Dog's departure. Tim Dog had a really nice departure there.
3217 now, Delta 727.
And you, yeah. Oh, that's right. Tim Dog was fighting with the 737-900, and then you switched to the 800.
Southwest 350, transition at 310 knots or greater.
We'll transition to 31 knots or greater, Southwest 350.
FedEx 441 descend via the Nancy to arrival. The Intercontinental Altimeter 290 transition at 290 knots.
Transitioning at 290 knots, descending on the Nancy arrival, and 2994 on the altimeter for FedEx 441.
JetBlue 990 normal speed, descend via the Nancy to arrival. The Intercontinental Altimeter 290
And on the Nancy arrival,
United 2078, connect Houston approach 119.62.
416, United 2078, we'll see him.
Good day.
That's going to be 6,000.
Southwest 2746, connect Houston Center 132.17.
That was what? 280 knots in the transition?
3217 for Southwest 2746.
Sorry, 3217.
280 knots in the transition? Well, we're going to be at 279, so we'll do that. Manaphy is doing a real life as ORD to Memphis. $290 KWF. Thank you for remembering better than I did. That's probably 100% right. Let's just go ahead and pop that in.
Southwest 350, maintain 29er, is there an knots or greater in the transition?
We'll maintain 29er, 0 knots or greater in the transition, Southwest 350.
And almost time to start our descent. We're all ready to go. We got the correct speed in there, so the airplane should do it for us. Tim Dog gets screenshots of the gear going up on departure. Chase planes making it easier. So you can define the camera view that you want and you get that screenshot. And I'm kind of looking forward to Chase plane maybe making its way into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. It's going to be nice when that happens.
That's approved. Let me back.
We'll call you when you're back.
Almost time to start our descent. And down we go.
T75, how long do you need?
2 per minute.
That's fine. You can just stay on the network.
KWF is 220 nautical miles from top of descent. That's right. You were going into Beirut today. And down we go.
That's approved.
Brandon, welcome in. That's right. Chase plane is only in 2020 right now. And there's our descent. Bear says no ATR. The ATR isn't working for you. I don't know that this is handling the descent correctly. We need to be... We're direct to link. I'm going to stop at 17 at link. I don't think we're kind of in the groove for this descent. We may have to step this down just a little bit. Okay, so that's good. We have to be 1200 at cons. Okay, we'll just do it that way. I might have screwed this up going in.
275 back with you.
I'll go back.
Okay, now's a great time because we're going to be busy. Get your chair set up.
Actor 5, I never heard from you, sir, so I was just wondering where
And
you
come
were.
over here. That looks good.
You want to climb?
And get ready to do rudder pedals and all that other good stuff.
Okay, Nitro 5, I need you at, or correction, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Seatbelts. or supernumerary signs. That is quite the very, very big word.
Southwest 350, resume normal.
Seriously, there should be
We will
a
resume our normal speed, Southwest 350.
there should be an acronym for that.
Resume published.
That's a long word for aviation.
We will resume the published speed, Southwest 350.
Thanks, South. FedEx 441, resume published speed.
Published speed now for FedEx 441.
South 350, connect Houston 119.62.
119.62, Southwest 350.
FedEx 441, connect Houston 119.62.
119.62 for you now, FedEx 441. Thanks.
Good day.
And Houston, IH, Lima. Houston approach, hi there from FedEx 441. On the nice Nancy arrival with Lima.
FedEx 441 Houston approach, altimeter 2994, expect runway 8 right.
8 right, 2994 for FedEx 441. Okay, we've got a switch.
Fairwind 301,
Gotta
contact
switch
Houston
to
approach
8 right.
134.0.
All right, so departure and arrival. And we're gonna go to 8 right.
Okay.
Everything else should be the same, right?
Good evening, Houston Center, Southwest 350.
And we got to come over here and look at this. 8 right.
23, flight level 230.
We're going to be on the southern transition now. So that's going to be Walden's.
Southwest 350 Houston approach, altimeter 2994, expect runway 8 right.
All right, so hopefully we're good to go with that. Okay, Smocker, Shiv, and Howland. Make sure we got the right one here. And we got the right one. Cool. We finally are catching up with our descent deviation here. I'm going to go ahead and let it continue on down now to 6,000 feet. And heading is good. Everything's set and ready to go there. Okay, probably need to update the minimums. Minimums are 295. I'm at 294. Gosh, got to click it just one. Okay, we got the right approach in. Low-vis hasn't been a hobby. I do remember when Quas was doing control at Houston Center. Those were good days and it was great ATC.
250 is published.
I mean, really, you're at those were fun flights, Low-vis.
United 2078, reduce speed to 250 knots for spaces.
250 United 2078.
Cancel recall. Recall is good. Okay, recall is good. No notes. Auto brakes. I usually do 3. Landing data VREF is set. Approach briefing is done. And that checklist is complete. I know, we did get good education there. We learned a lot from Quas. There are some really, really awesome controllers here. They take the time, you know, when they've got the time, they take it to help us learn the things that we need to learn. And that way we can fly like a pro. Got about 20 miles behind the airplane ahead of us, so that's good news too. They've got us spaced out really nice. Nice sunset approach into Houston. So where are we going? Whataburger or Rudy's? Well, yeah, I mean, well, I remember when I got, you know, my education about, you know, blowing through the departure in London City and how that affected ATC in Heathrow when there was nothing going on at London City, and I've never forgotten that. And altimeters, checked and set. Checklist, altimeters complete. Good.
November 73.
Approaches
Echo,
are great.
contact
We're
Houston approach
ahead of this flight.
134.0.
24 now.
Ahead of this flight. Okay, all this looks good. Okay, so coming in on the right side here. So we're coming in on 8 right. Okay, so that's just a shorter, well, it's about the same, maybe a little shorter taxi into East Cargo. Okay. And that means exiting to the right. We can handle that. Big puffy clouds along the coast tonight. Looking a little bit dry down there. It is Texas, though. It's got to be driving out. Paul's is back in chat. Paul, this is the 777 cargo liner. So we're flying the Panda liner from FedEx today. And we're coming into Houston during a very big VATSIM event. Changing runways was a snap in this airplane. Sometimes changing runways is a real pain in the butt. It was great in this one. It's Panda Express. Farron says good night. Good night, Farron. Thank you for being here. Have a great evening. Paul, no, this is a payware. This is from PMDG. It's their 777. Farron, thank you for coming back in today. Welcome, welcome. We are on our way into Houston in a big old 777.
Southwest 350, switch runway, expect runway 9er.
We'll expect runway 9er, Southwest 350.
Ooh, that's going to be a taxi.
JetBlue 990, Houston approach, expect runway 8 right.
They're flipping runways on us. They're flipping runways. Well, no problem here. Our airplane can handle it. Tim Dog says that, well, no, they're not flipping us the opposite direction, but they are making us change runways. That was the wrong term. You're right, Tim Dog. They're not flipping them the other way around, but they are changing people to different runways. I know side steps are actually easy. I mean, if that's basically what I'll do. If they switch me to 9 or 8 left, I'll just sidestep visual, which is a fun thing to do. At least I think it is. And as we know, I have a strange sense of fun. Low-vis had real, you landed on 2-2 with a 14-knot crosswind. Well, Low-vis, you said you were coming in pretty crabby on that approach. So I'm guessing it's a gusty night in Houston.
Southwest 350, is a GLS available tonight?
Hagen 350.
Is a GLS available tonight?
What?
Stand by. I'll coordinate with final for you.
Thanks.
I don't think I know about that. Low-vis almost got blown off the runway when you landed? Really? Blown off the runway, so it's more than just a 14-knot crosswind. It sounds like it's gusty for you.
Alpha 350 negative, the GLS is not available to it.
Thanks.
Coming in over the coastline here. This is one of the most beat up coastlines that you can get from hurricanes in the Gulf. Galveston has taken some really, really hard hits from hurricanes in the past.
Alpha 350.
Dad Game Time says, how about them Rockies? A Major League Baseball record that has stood for nearly a century. Didn't know that, Dad Game Time, really? That's pretty nice. New golf or old golf? Real golf. This is we are flying out, just coming ashore of the Gulf of Mexico here. A losing record? No, I don't think it was a losing record. I heard they were pretty good. I don't follow a lot of baseball, but I had actually heard that the Rockies were really. I heard the Rockies were really good. Again, I'm way out of it. You know, I'm still going Manchester United. So you know, from the movie, I don't know about teams, but. Uh-oh. What? FMC message. Oh, drag requested. Sorry. Absolutely, Widget Warrior. We do that. You got to do that in airplanes. We are freighter ops today. Manchester United is literally in 16th place in the Premier League. Worst season in their history. Oh my gosh. It's now a meme club. Oh, really? No, the only reason I know about Manchester United is the popsicle in that movie, Day After Tomorrow. That's the only thing I know about Manchester United. That, and they got this cute little restaurant at the end of the runway at Manchester Airport. That's about all I know. I'm not going to do a Wigan address. Any builds JFK causes stutters harder than Peltillis in a snowstorm. My gosh, that's harsh. Oh, that's harsh. It said, hang on, Loviz gets one. Oh my gosh. I've got into serious mode for the Houston event. I just want to flat like a pro here. Forgot that the comedy club was open. What is the number one sport in the USA? Jasco. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. I would probably have to say that it's still the NFL, American football. Like, I would have to say it's probably that. I don't know. I've really been kind of unconnected with a lot of the world for almost 7 years now, so I don't know. The weather really drags on the Gulf Coast. It can.
1545 heavy.
I mean, we had there were some really powerful storms on off the the Gulf Coast of Corpus Christi when I was there. We never took a direct hit, but boy, we had some storms off the coast that affected us. Farron went to Old Stratford some years ago. There was a ruckus after the match. I'm shocked to hear that there is a ruckus after a match.
United 1645 contact.
David AS Gaming, there are some places where it absolutely is, where college ball is a lot more exciting than NFL. Manafee's going to close up Jax in about 20 minutes. Manafee, thank you for keeping Jax open. I hope you're getting a little bit of traffic there. Mikey's favorite sport is soccer. Too bad the Europeans in chat are in bed, so you could chat with them. Dad Game Time says it is a ruckus when West Ham supporters show up at Tottenham. Oh, I can imagine. I'll bet it's fairly entertaining. And there's 6,000 feet, right like we're supposed to be. Right like we're supposed to be. And 240 down to 210. 134.0 now for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
There you go. Yeah, just well, heading 100 to intercept. Just gonna maintain 5,000.
Houston, good evening. FedEx 441 is at Smocker with information. Lima.
360 United 2078.
Okay. Other aircraft calling on answers taken.
Sorry about that. United FedEx 441 is at Smocker with information. Lima.
FedEx 441, Houston approach, roger.
IAH Tower is 125.3.
So that's 350 to send and maintain 4,000.
125.3.
Approach 73 Mike Echo.
73 Mike Echo, Houston approach, go ahead.
Yeah, any chance we could do the visual to one of the 15s we're parking over there? We can track the 8 right and just kind of circle in.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to... That'll be something you'll have to ask the tower, as long as you can stay on the final and stay clear of the 8 left final.
Yeah, that's what we were planning to do. Yeah, we can give the tower and ask them.
Yeah, just give them a call here. Stay with me for now. I'll hand you over to them shortly. Yeah, 1590, my apologies. Fly that heading, intercept the runway 9er localizer. My apologies.
Flaps 1.
Southwest 350, turn right heading 360.
Right turn 360, Southwest 350.
Speed brakes are armed.
2078, turn right heading 060, intercept the localizer.
060, intercept localizer.
5.
United 1591, contact the tower 125.35. 125.35, 1592. November 73 Mike Echo, contact tower 125.35.
25 at 35, 73 Mike Echo, good day.
Got it.
United 1590, field at your 11 to 12 o'clock in 15 miles.
Information Alpha is now
1590
current.
heavy, cleared visual approach runway 9er.
Checklist. All good to go.
Houston approach, 5939 Golf with you 5,000.
Number 5939 Golf, Houston approach, roger.
Okay, all good to go here.
Approach, airline 12.
And a nice night tonight in Houston, although Loviz says it is a bit breezy here tonight. No fear.
Houston approach, airline 12.
Airline 12, Houston approach, go ahead.
12 to the southwest.
Loose Cat, it is busy
Bravo
tonight.
800. Requesting
Big
inbound to the helipad.
VATSIM.
Tango X-ray 33.
Airline 12, unfortunately I can't help you with that right now. You may have to contact the tower.
2535 feet.
Yeah, 2078, field at your 12 o'clock. Actually, stand by. Brake Southwest 350, turn right, heading 110, intercept the runway 9er localizer.
Is there a good
Right turn 110, intercept the runway localizer 9er, Southwest 350.
Dad game time. There are some nice sceneries.
1545,
There are some really nice ones. The problem is nobody's taken the time to update the taxiways because
441, instead of maintain 4,000.
4,000 now for FedEx 441. The problem is it's the taxiways that haven't been updated yet. Dad game time. I've got a flight sim dream team that's nice. Yeah, just like Wolfie said.
2078, clear visual approach runway
But
8
nothing is accurate taxi-wise. So
Clear visual 8 right, United 2078.
it's kind of what makes it a little bit annoying.
Maintain 3,000, speed 210 knots.
3,000, speed 210 knots, Southwest 350.
And I saw somebody in chat talking about the really nice Panda Bear livery.
United 1590, contact tower 125.35, good night.
Is there orange chicken on your Panda Express? There is a little bit of orange.
United 1545, turn right heading 010.
Right 010.
Man, I haven't been to one of those in 10 plus years. A Panda Express.
39er Golf, Houston approach.
It is a nice livery, isn't it? Fair in it. It's a super livery.
39er Golf, my apologies. You're setting
Makes
up for
flying the
ILS
cargo
right
a little
right?
bit more fun.
ILS 8 right, 39 Golf.
Alright, 39 Golf, turn right heading 360, I'll get you in here.
Right to 360, 39 Golf. Houston approach, Delta 1031 is descending via guest 01 arrival.
Well, that's it. I mean, dead game time. And what Wolfie just said, the controllers at Chicago, they are terribly forgiving about taxiing, and they know the problem.
Hello, 350, roger, clear visual approach.
They know the problem about
Clear
that.
visual,
So
109er, Southwest
you could go and get, like, Flight Sim Dream Team. It's a nice scenery. It's a great airport. I've actually got that one. And it's but they need to fix the taxiways in Chicago. But yeah, you're not going to get yelled at in Chicago if you taxi over the grass, because, you know.
Houston approach air shuttle 637 at flight level, or step down. Air shuttle 6037.
And they've actually cut back. There's a commuter terminal now at the end of the banana that basically cuts off taxiway Alpha.
441, turn right, heading 340.
Right turn, 340, FedEx 441.
United 2078, tower 125.35, good night.
2535, United 2078, we'll see you.
That's right, Lotus goes to Midway because of that.
125.35, good night.
And I'm missing all sorts of good football chat, too.
United 1545, turn right, heading 150.
Right, 150, 1545.
39er Golf, turn right, heading 060, intercept the localizer.
Right to 060 for the localizer, turn right Golf.
1545, my apologies. Yeah, fly heading 110, intercept the localizer.
110, intercept the localizer, 1545.
FedEx. That was like 3 or 4 at once. Southwest 350, contact tower 125.35.
125.35, Southwest 350.
FedEx 441, right turn heading 060, intercept the localizer.
060, right turn, intercept the localizer, FedEx 441.
Air shuttle. Rear wing 301, standby. Break. Air shuttle 6037. Fly heading 100, intercept the 9er localizer. 100, 9er localizer, air shuttle 7. Delta 1031, descend and maintain 5000.
Descend and maintain 5000, Delta 1031.
Yeah, 1545 field is at your 11 o'clock and 15 miles.
Field inside, United 1545.
Yeah, 1545 heavy, maintain that present heading, intercept the localizer, clear visual approach runway 8 right.
Present heading and...
Kirill, you had to go around?
Right, United 1545.
Okay, make sure it
November
snags
59er,
it.
39er Golf, turn right heading
17-mile finals. And we get to only get the localizer.
Let me know, otherwise I'm going to pull you out.
Localizer.
Spearwings
Got it.
2125, level 6000.
Spearwings 2125, Houston approach, roger.
Houston approach, good evening. High flight 205 Super with you descending through 8000.
Super! Oh my gosh.
High flight 205 Super, Houston approach, roger.
Somebody's
Golf,
doing a
right,
super arrival.
Right, 270, turn right Golf.
FedEx 441, traffic to follow, 12 o'clock, descending out of 3,400 on the final approach course, runway 8 right.
FedEx 441 has traffic.
FedEx 441, roger, follow that traffic, cleared visual approach, runway 8 right, number 2.
8 right, visual, number 2 for the runway, FedEx 441.
Air shuttle 6037, if you have it, field 12 o'clock, 20 miles. Yeah, we have the field inside air.
Follow that airplane. How about wheels?
Air shuttle 6037, clear visual approach, runway 8 right.
Landing gear.
We have 9. Yeah, my apologies. You're cleared visual approach, runway 9. Alright, clear visual runway 9, right.
Wolfie says the person that flies the Super, they always fly it, no kidding, and they're really good at it.
301.
You know, if you've got somebody that can really handle the airplane, then I think that's great. So it almost exclusively flies the A380. How about that?
Alright, Spirit Ring 301, you can expect that. High fly 205, super center maintain 6,000.
6,000, high fly 205.
Eastern approach, United 1107 is with you, level 6,000. Yeah, 1107, Houston
146, let's land at 150.
Delta 1031, turn right heading 010.
Got the airport.
Right heading 010, Delta 1031.
First flight tomorrow is another VATSIM event. You're going to want a smaller airplane for Corfu. We're departing Corfu down to Athens. And I think it's just a ATC all over Greece flight.
1545, contact the tower 125.35.
12535, 1545.
Oh, wow, look at that. Look at this. There's broadcast towers there. They normally never include these. That is so important to have for
FedEx
people.
441, contact the tower 125.35. Great night.
2535 for FedEx 441. Thanks. Fun event. Have a good weekend.
Lit.
12535.
127.0, American 213.
Tower United 1545, heavy 8 right. Take right, third lane, United 1545.
Uh-oh. Can't hear this one.
Say again, 1545.
Sorry, United 2078 still with you. Cleared of 8 right short of November Alpha.
Yeah, 2078, sorry. Contact ground 8.97.
Say the frequency one more time, United 2078.
11857.
11857, United 2078.
Delta 917 East Tower, wind 15015, gust 208, left Carolina. That's 441 East Tower, wind 15015, gust 208, 8 right Carolina, number 2, and hold short published.
8 right, clear to land. Number 2 for the runway. We will hold short as published. FedEx 441.
1056, short 8 right, how long?
My apologies. 2245.
Hold short. Land and hold short. So at 8 right, the land and hold short is here at the end of the runway. So roll out and do that. Okay. So they want us to roll out to the end of the runway and do it that way. Got it. Okay, ECAM checklist, or not ECAM, but there we go. Kem's got the airplane.
United 1545, contact ground 118.57.
118.5, yeah, 1545.
So land and hold shorts all the way at the end.
Right, November Papa. Taxi right, November Papa, hold short, November Bravo.
Little bit of that, little bit of that crosswind low vis was talking about.
United 2245, contact ground 118.57.
Marine 355, United 2245, good.
JetBlue 1 on the Foxtrot Golf.
JetBlue 221, taxi parking, Foxtrot Hotel, November Papa, hold short, right.
Yeah, Foxtrot Hotel, November Papa, hold short, 8 right.
Super 97 Alpha Tower, we're on the ILS 08 left.
Super 97 Alpha, Tower 15015, gust 208, left for land number 2.
Confirm Speedbird 97 Alpha.
A for
Speedbird 97 Alpha 08 left, clear for land.
175, cross runway 8 right, November Papa, continue taxi by November Papa, hold short, November Bravo.
Cross runway 8 right.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy
Hey, hey, we just got a really nice raid. Hi, long haul pilot.
2175, cross runway 8 right, November Papa, hold short, November Bravo.
Hey, Roger, we'll cross 8 right.
Land and hold short at November Papa. Straight ahead, actually. Long haul pilot, welcome aboard. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you.
cross 8 right, then or Papa short door Bravo.
American 3124, cross runway 8 right, November Papa, actually start.
That was definitely a bouncy landing. And here's our land and hold short right here.
Houston Tower, Delta 1031, runway 8 right.
Delta 1031, Tower, wind 150, 1520, runway 8 right, clear land, hold public.
Runway 8 right, clear to land, Delta 1031.
X441, taxi on to November Alpha, via November Papa.
Taxi on to November Papa, FedEx 441.
American 3124, pass behind the FedEx 777, passing from your right to left, Then cross runway 8 right at November Papa, hold short November Bravo.
Okay, follow the FedEx 777, November Papa, short November Bravo, cross the air range for American 30.
Delta 917, taxi parking, Foxtrot Hotel, November Papa, hold short 8 right.
Wow, did it get busy?
2135, contact ground, 118.5.
118.5, Spirit Wings 2175.
FedEx 441, contact ground, 118.57.
118.57, FedEx 441.
Ship.
Okay, let's clean up the airplane here. I think that Spirit Wings up ahead of us was got
Did you want 1056 to the ramp?
Okay, everything looks good up there.
Continue down to Foxtrot and
A little bit of floating for sure. I really kind of got bounced about there.
2245, make a right onto Romeo Bravo, contact the ramp 12162, good night.
Onto Romeo Bravo 12162, United 22.
So we were a little bit early.
Same for you. Right
Minus 420, 1.10 Gs.
Correction. 12162.
Stayed in the center though, so that was good.
2162, United
We need to do November Bravo.
Ground American 2439 with you.
With
American
you.
2439, Houston ground.
Low vis, I know.
You can contact Tower 12535, good night.
12535, American 2439. Ground, good day, Spirit Wings 2175, November Papa, short of November Bravo. We're taxiing to the south side of Terminal Alpha. That's Alpha 18.
Spirit Wings 2175, Houston ground, roger, right onto November Bravo, hold short of November.
Right, November Bravo, hold short, November, Spirit Wings 2175.
United 1545, right onto Romeo Bravo and contact the ramp 12162, good night.
12162
Manaphy
and right
Games
on
just
Romeo Bravo,
connected. 3 hours of Jack's ground. So how's it going, Manaphy Games? Are you Houston ground? Hello there. FedEx 441 at November Papa. We are going to East Cargo.
FedEx 441, Houston ground. It's going to be a minute for East Cargo. Can you just hold there short of November Bravo for me?
We're going to wait right here at November Bravo, FedEx 441.
Thank you. I've got traffic sitting from the East Cargo ramp, and then I'll be able to get you there in a second.
We'll just wait right here. So, yeah, the floating aircraft widget warrior is that just the flight simulator doesn't draw landing gear on landing airplanes. But yeah, I don't see a lot of people flying Spirit Wings here. Not a lot of Spirit Wings flying around here.
Spirit Wings 2175,
Houston
left
is
turn Sierra
busy.
Foxtrot, continue rolling. I'll have further for you in a
Free
second.
Lethal made it into BNA. First event in the books. Congratulations. 3 cheers for Free Lethal. Your first event? Okay.
And reliable 412,
We
runway 15
definitely
left,
need to go
November
and throw
Bravo,
up some,
November Echo,
some party
whiskey.
hats there. Your
15
first
left,
event?
November Bravo, November Echo, whiskey, reliable.
How did you
412.
like it?
FedEx 441 Heavy, once that traffic clears, coming from the west, you can make a left onto November Bravo, Echo Bravo, remain the street.
Left turn after passing traffic. Echo Bravo will stay with you, FedEx 441.
Houston ground, this is MS 23 Alpha at spot
And this was
19, ready for
Manaphy
taxi.
Games. Pretty good.
MS 23 Alpha, Houston ground.
You may want to depart. Okay, so we're departing. We're going to go to Corfu. So we'll go to Corfu and we'll depart out of Athens. Got it.
Fair wings 2175, right turn Romeo Bravo, 1 at Romeo Bravo, contact
Look at
ramp
that thing just
1216.
scooting right on by. Here we go.
Right turn Romeo Bravo and on Romeo Bravo, contact ramp 12162, square wings 2175.
Today was your Manaphy Games first SNO and
Ground
the
up
first
1031,
event.
clear, runway 8 right.
Delta 1031, Houston, ground, stay parked.
Parking.
We would like Alpha 17.
Delta 1031, roger, right November Alpha, contact ground 121.7 for further.
So we're departing out of Athens tomorrow, and we're going to go.
Right,
it's kind of
November
a shorter
Alpha,
hop,
contact ground 12.
but we're going to do
0.7
Athens
for
to
further.
Corfu.
Today's Delta 1031.
So we'll flip those around so that we can have ATC. Then we got Vegas to San Francisco and Albuquerque to Denver tomorrow. 3 cheers, yeah, for your first event. There's a lot of new pilots.
JetBlue 221 and say get again.
There's a lot of new pilots right now that are doing their first events, so 3 cheers on those. That's impressive. Congratulations on doing them. So Athens to Corfu is our first flight tomorrow, and then we'll do Vegas to San Francisco. That's a cargo flight. And then we've got Albuquerque to Denver in the CRJ. Tomorrow, Monday, we'll do at least Oslo to Copenhagen. I'm not sure that we'll be ready. That I'll be ready to go for the second 2 flights. I may kind of wrap it up early on Monday. I hope that isn't too disappointing. And that's kind of the plan for the next few days. This is the Flight Sim Dream Team scenery. It's actually really, really nice. Thanks, Irvi.
JetBlue 221, confirm you said Charlie 5.
And they said Echo Bravo in. So Echo Bravo in. But even for the cargo operations, this is such a nice airport. Looks like we got a big old cargo 747. There's a couple of DHL trucks over there. Tim Dog had technical issues. Tim Dog was fighting with the 737-900 and ended up making the 800 work. That's really weird. And I think FedEx is in the second set of buildings here. A super busy night here in Houston. Actually, Vectors to Copenhagen's the only event scheduled on Monday. Okay, so let's plan on doing it that way. I know we had some flights in Korea. But that's probably a good idea.
Alright, it's
Tim Dog, I got nothing for you.
Houston ground, good evening, high flight.
There's a big cargo Lux over there. Hydrospace had a long day. Hydrospace, welcome on in. How's it going? You had a long day? Well, come on in and say hello. Take a load off for a few minutes. We've got a FedEx coming out over here. How about if we go past... That one's holding the taxi. So we're going to come in on the other side. It is. And the Cargo Lux, is that the one we saw earlier? Really? It is? How about that? But yeah, it is definitely a nice scenery. It's worth it. Flight Sim Dream Team did that. They also did... they've got a really nice... they have a really, really nice Charlotte. And they have a really nice
Emirates 23 Alpha Super runway.
Chicago, it's just that the taxi lines are, as we've been harping about, a mess.
Sabre 907 Delta, Houston ground, take November Alpha, short of November. Take November Alpha, short of
Look
November.
at all the 777s here.
November.
There we go. And parking brakes are good. And then once we get over here, the first thing we want to do is do engine number 2. So engine number 2 first. And now that we've got those, let's also do that taxi light. That's good too. And then we'll come over here and we'll go ground ops. First thing is chocks. Second is ground power. And you turn off the right engine because there are going to be people that are going to be plugging in the power over here on the right side. So that's why we do that like that. And it still takes a while for these big engines to spin down like this. This one's a Payware airplane, airport, and it's a really nice one. Check this one out. They've got their engines spinning too. And then once we get the power in, ground power, and with ground power in, we can do engine number 1. There we go. And then we do our fuel pumps, hydraulics, and they go off in the opposite direction. And that's good too. Cabin signs can go off, or the supernumerary signs. And then beacon. I'm probably turning my beacon off a little bit too soon. Probably need to do that while the engines are spinning down a little bit more. And then we go to ground vehicles, and engines are still spinning, so we have to wait on those. And we did it. What a great flight. This was a good event. Sparky's is back in chat. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming. I missed a little chat coming in there. Sorry, I hope I didn't miss anything good. Sounded like there was all sorts of fun on the football conversation too. Wolfies, thank you for being here. It's great that you're home. Wolfies, I've said a few times, Wolfies is finally back home after being away from the sim cockpit for weeks and weeks. So I'm glad you're back home. Loose Cat, and gonna have VATSIM to get. There's that. There's the 777 taxiing out that we passed by. That's right. You will need the FSLTL traffic or something like that in the fly-by-wire installer. Exactly right, so that you can see the correct airplanes. And there's still a few airplanes that are going to be a little bit of a mess there, but not too many on that. So this is a great time for me to say a couple of thank yous here. First of all, remember Loviz suggested that we probably should consider flipping our first flight tomorrow. So we're departing out of Athens, so we'll have ATC. We're heading up to Corfu. That's going to be our first flight that we're going to be doing on that one. And then, like I said, we've got a couple of other really nice ones I'm looking forward to for sure. We've got Vegas to San Francisco, Albuquerque to Denver. So an A320, a 777, and a CRJ tomorrow. And then Monday, it's Oslo to Copenhagen, and that should be a nice flight. Time for me to say a couple of thank yous here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for, there were some great, generous gift subs today. Seriously, thank you for some awesome support. Really, really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. There were also a lot of really nice resubs, and of course, some nice cheers. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Time for a shout out and a thank you to the secret agents and special agents and double O's over on Patreon. I'll have a pre-flight briefing for you first thing tomorrow. Any builds, and Mel tell us I hadn't uninstalled the Asobo Kennedy. Dad, game time, was that pretty much it? Once you got rid of the Asobo, that took care of all the other problems? usually that's kind of one of those things that seems to be the deal with all of those, is you got to remember to uninstall the Asobos and stuff like that. So thank you so much for being here. I really hope that you're having a fun weekend. It's a great weekend here, having a blast. Best part is getting to spend time with you. Thank you for coming on in and being such great flight sim friends. These airports, these airplanes, they continue to blow me away. We've got such great ATC on VATSIM as well too. So absolutely amazing what we've got going on here. Let's see here. Who do I see is live streaming today? Continuum is doing Howdy, Texas, and Yeehaw. I think Continuum's accent saying yeehaw is going to be very entertaining. You know, I believe it's a bit of an Australian accent, so an Aussie yeehaw is going to be entertaining as hell. So let's see what, I think Conti's flying in here. J. Phils, thanks for coming in. David, AS Gaming, thank you for being here. Loviz, thanks for being in. Wolfie, thank you for reminding me to say thank you if you're on YouTube. Thank you for flying in as well. We are going to do a raid, and let's get it all started here. In the meantime, it's spaghetti night tonight here at Spy HQ. I hope you've got something really tasty tonight. One of your favorites for sure. So I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's normal time, 1900 Zulu. We'll see you on Twitch and YouTube. In the meantime, as always, thank you for being here. Thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.
Gate 3. That sounds like fun. I see that game a lot, but I never get to play it. I've got too many games to play and never enough time. Oh, hello Spy. Hello Spy Raiders. We've got bloody people coming out of the woodwork today. 87